Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday, May 4th. It is 9:22 a.m. We got about 8 minutes here before the market opens. So, good morning, you guys. Good morning. Good morning. Huge day today. We got Jerome Powell Day, FOMC Statement Day. But before we go any further, you must know this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, you guys, good morning, good morning, good morning. They said the early bird gets the worm. I'm convinced. It looks like Ethereum's back on a high here. Bitcoin was rolling last night. Crypto picked back up, so um, the FOMC might be a little positive. We don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. You know, we'll have to figure it out shortly here. Looking at the stocks in pre-market, none of them really budged here. We do got some earnings names that moved here. AMD moved up pretty high yesterday, and that was pretty much it. The other ones are Starbucks. They moved up too. Starbucks did good. Uh, Yeah, they up here about 7%. Starbucks did good. With some more names, you guys. Airbnb, they did good. They're up 5 now. So yeah, so a lot of these companies they did good. They reported it looks good so far. It just depends on now us investors and how the open market is going to take it here. Um, I think it'll be very important. How it opens up here and depend, considering it's a huge day today, you guys. Huge day, huge day. Um, some data here we're expecting here. Pre-market ADP employment report that's already out. It came out. International trade balance that's out here, you guys. And then we got some S&P Global U.S. Services PMI numbers coming out at 9:45 a.m. That's in about 20 minutes here or 10 minutes here. And then we got ISM Services Index at 10 a.m. And then the big moment of the day is that FOMC statement 2 p.m. and the Fed Chair Jerome Powell news conference at 2:30 p.m. And this is all today here, you guys. So the market is kind of moving a little bit off the ADP employment report and a little bit off of the international trade imbalance. And they're going to move a little bit more here off the S&P Global U.S. Services PMI. So we're going to see how that opens up, and then we'll go from there, you guys. But so far, looking good here. Looking good so far. Let's see. But yeah, you guys are all caught up here. I don't want to bore you today, so it's going to be a huge day. So I'm gonna do a lot of just falling back here. I'm not gonna do too much talking today because today's really put your ears on type of day. You're gonna figure out the direction of this market, so you guys can stop the waiting. I know you got the urge to invest. The wait is about to be over today, you guys. We're gonna get our answer we all been waiting for. I mean honestly, the best thing to do is let the news digest, and then try to do it. But I mean you're gonna know after today once the statement comes out. I mean it's gonna digest. People are gonna be reading it. You're gonna see quotes from Powell all day towards the end, and we'll know. But we are about to be live here. We are live now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. The market is about to be open in 4 minutes, and that's about to be live. So we're about to see how everything is going to open up here. So we got AMD on the board here. We got them on the board here heavy. We'll see how it ends up going. I'm not seeing anything, no market briefings this early yet, but that don't mean they won't get to them, you know. They start coming out of nowhere with all these briefings out of nowhere. Like yesterday, it was really really busy yesterday. Just everything just started all at once. Yeah, not seeing nothing yet to top the morning off quite yet. But indices are a little green pre-market, so we'll see how it opens up. But you guys, like I said, not gonna bore you today. If you're here early with me right now, good luck today. And early bird gets the worm, you guys. You know that. So you're here. We're gonna catch the opening bell. I'm gonna sit back today. We're gonna relax. We're gonna enjoy it. We gonna earn something. We're gonna learn something. We're gonna learn something first, and then we're gonna earn something. And then that's just what it's gonna be here at CLD. So you know what to expect here. And good luck, you guys. For real, it's a really big day here. This they call this payday. So you know, let's go get that bag. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's up top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the son sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son sit down, go to school. School rocks, school rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care. Roll out, it's fair. Go up, go down, it's there, it's here. My mind be racing. I'm here, I'm there. You here, you there. We here. I'm here. I did it, came up. I'm committed. You did it, I'm committed. You sent it, I sent it. We sent it, you sent it. We sent it. We swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the market is about to open here. Let's go. Okay. We winning. Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. The market is about to open, you guys. Ding, ding, ding. They're off, and the market is open. It looks like we got. Okay, so they are opening. The market is open, you guys. They are opening with one red candle to start out. I would just, hang on tight, hang on tight. Of course, they're gonna make a little steep dip. We figured this. There's a lot of red here at the open here in this first 1 minute, so just hang on tight, you guys. All right, here you guys. So they're just starting out here. They gave us all red candles to start out, so just give it some time here. Let things introduce itself to you. The market just opening, so just let it stretch out. Let it stretch out, you guys. So they still like they're trying to bring it down here so far. Let's see what they're gonna do here so far. So far, no buyers at all, you guys. You just got straight selling pressure in the first 3 minutes. Um, I don't know if people that's this scared. I don't know if people this scared. It looks like it though. Looks like the volatility just crept back into the market here. So we are red here. I mean, right now so far they're just opening the market here to the downside. They got the needle just going straight to the downside. I don't know how long it'll last. I know the market does go down and up or up and down, so we'll see at least one upturn before they just think people just gonna panic out of this. So if that's the case, you might always bring it all the way back down because ain't nobody gonna just do that. So keep that in mind. Just give me some time, have some patience, you guys. They haven't gave us one green candle yet. It's been 4 minutes, so just wait. You know, it's early. It's a long day. We got a lot going on, so just relax. Stocks are flat as traders anticipate a half-point rate hike from the Fed. So that's what's going on here, and that's why you see this straight red action here at the opening. Today is very serious. People are not going to be playing around. The Dow's down 1%. The SP 500 is down 2%. The Nasdaq's down 19%. The Russell 2000 is up 85%. The VIX is down 27%. So not that bad of a red, but it is red. Red is red. So hey, you know, it's down. It's down. Let's see here. Pulling back more. Let's see. Tesla's still above 900. So yeah, nothing to be really panicking about. A lot of volume on the AMD here and started out there. 11 million people this early. That's pretty. That's a lot. 11 million people this early. That's a lot. It's gonna be hard to short. So uh, it really probably won't move. I think the MMs are point shavers and just stick it here. They're not gonna really move it. I figured they would do this. I mean, this is what they do. You know, they love the point shave and just force you to get out and prolong the moves when they know it should be happening when it should be happening. They know, but they not gonna. They don't care. They just gonna point shave it. But yeah, so just give it some time here, you guys. Have some patience. The spot seeing its first green candle today after 6 red candles, you guys. They gave us 6 red candles in 6 minutes. This is the first green candle here on the spot. Check around, see if we got any briefings. See what some headlines might be through ABC. So it looks like the MMs are got a point shaving pennies here, you guys. It might flush back down, but I see what they're doing. They're moving around so nobody straddles correct.
Projected in primary elections in Ohio and Indiana overnight. Air Force veteran Jennifer Ruth Green is declaring victory in Indiana's first district and could become the only Black Republican woman in Congress if she can win in November. In Ohio, Hillbilly Elegy author J.D. Vance beat out a crowded field of challengers with the help of former President Trump's endorsement. So he is now the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate, and he's set to face off against Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan, who won the Democratic primary. Senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer is outside the State House in Columbus, Ohio, with the latest. Devin, this was the first key test of former President Trump's influence over the Republican Party. So how did he do?
He did really well. It was a lot going on. You could tell he was a little nervous. He might win again. He might.
A lot on the line in this first round of the midterm primaries, and he won here in Ohio. J.D. Vance, who you mentioned, the Hillbilly Elegy author, will be this state's Republican Senate candidate. He, of course, was once a critic of Donald Trump, but now had his support. Trump came here to Ohio last month for a rally, so that was a significant boost for Trump, but he also won, if you will, with Frank LaRose, the Secretary of State here, another former critic of Trump, won that nomination for the Republican Party, and a former Trump aide, Max Miller, who's running for Congress here, also won the primary. So a clean sweep for Donald Trump here in Ohio. The road could get a little bit trickier ahead in some of the upcoming states, Diane, but for now, Donald Trump riding high with that endorsement, although Democrats here tell me, Diane, that they're hoping that the coziness of some of these Ohio Republican candidates could be a liability when it comes to the general election. We'll see how that plays out, because this state, as you know, went big for Donald Trump in 2020 and 2016 by 8 points each time. So this is now a red state. Used to be a purple state, but now a red state in this election, Diane.
And Devin, incumbent Democrats Tim Ryan and Shontel Brown held off challenges from the progressive left. Are you seeing a trend there?
Yeah, a big test for Democrats as well last night here in Ohio, and they sent a resounding message. This was, again, a primary campaign that pitted those establishment, moderate, if you will, Democrats against the more progressive wing of the party, those endorsed and backed by Bernie Sanders. One of the key races, of course, the Senate primary, Tim Ryan, the 10-term congressman from Northeast Ohio, pulled out a resounding victory. He was someone supported by President Biden, who's considered himself a moderate, independent even of the Democratic Party. Then you had the congressional race, Shontel Brown. You mentioned her, defeated Nina Turner, a former Sanders advisor, resoundingly there as well. So Democrats signaling here in Ohio, Diane, that they want these more moderate establishment candidates to face off with the Trump candidates this fall. And as one Democratic strategist told me, at least in the Senate race here, now Vance versus Ryan, that, he said, could be a blueprint for 2024, the next presidential election. So, a lot riding on that race and a lot of eyes on this race over the next few months, Diane.
All right, Devin Dwyer, thank you. And for more, let's bring in ABC News contributors Barbara Comstock, a former Republican congresswoman from Virginia, and Amanda Renteria, the CEO of Code for America and former national political director for Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign. Ladies, thanks for being here. Barbara, I want to start with you. The ABC News Washington Post poll shows 60% of Republicans want the GOP to follow former President Trump's leadership. And we saw his candidate there, J.D. Vance, won the primary for Senate in Ohio. So what does that mean for the future of the Republican Party?
Well, listen, it's certainly troubling to a Republican like myself, but I do look at that Governor DeWine won by, double digits ahead of the numbers that J.D. Vance got. And we also had a woman in the congressional races, Erin Houchin, who beat a Freedom Caucus candidate who was endorsed by Jim Jordan, of course, a big ally of Donald Trump. And then you look in Indiana, where Senator Todd Young, who is going to have an easy reelection, is somebody who is a very mainstream Republican. So I think it's going to be a mixed bag. Trump focused on this Vance race because he had already, he lost the 2 Georgia seats. His candidate in Alabama, Mo Brooks, is losing. His first endorsee in Pennsylvania had to drop out because of abuse allegations. So he's had a checkered endorsement record. So he needed this win. But I think it's a weak win. And I think you're already seeing Tim Ryan. He had a great commercial out where he can take advantage of JD Vance, who was actually out and living in San Francisco, hitting wine country and doing all the kind of she things that he attacks now as he tries to be a faux hillbilly.
Now, Amanda, if Democrats want to pass a federal law guaranteeing abortion rights, they don't just need to keep control over Congress. They need to pick up more seats. Can they do it?
They can. And one of the things that's important to remember in these midterm elections is you don't have a presidential candidate on the ticket. That means every single race is much more about the candidate on the ground, what they are doing to build connections. Something like Ohio, where you have Tim Ryan, who has over time had a real understanding of what's happening in Ohio. He talks about jobs. He talks about China's competitiveness. He's reasonable. I think what you are going to see there is how candidates really comport themselves in each of these races, and that's what's really going to matter. And so last night's race was interesting. JD Vance, yes, he got attention because he got Trump's endorsement, but does he stay on that extreme side instead of really building a connection? I think Tim Ryan has a shot at this, but also as we talk about women's rights across the country, what do Republicans do? Do they stay in this extreme area, or do you start to see people change as they get to the general election? There's a big opening right now with what's happened with women's rights, and we're going to see how that's going to play out in the next coming primary elections.
So, Barbara, how do you think that affects the Republican strategy now that this draft opinion is out and Democrats seem to be more galvanized behind that? What happens with Republican strategy in response, and what happens to conservatives who don't support former President Trump if his candidates continue to get picked?
I think it's pretty unclear so far how that'll work out, because Democrats have already kind of maxed out with suburban voters. But for example, in the Tim Ryan race, the candidate who did the best in the suburbs, Mike Dolan, he should be going after their voters. Obviously, with suburban voters, he has an opportunity to get in there. But I also think because of Tim Ryan's sort of blue collar,
allowing states to create restrictions during the first trimester. As Republican presidents have added justices to the Supreme Court in recent years, conservative states have ramped up efforts to overturn Roe. Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health out of Mississippi landed on the court's docket just this past December and has been widely described as the case that could overturn Roe.
Our thanks to Yasmin Vasugian for that report and answering a lot of questions.
Exactly. Coming up on Morning News Now, feeling the pinch. More Americans are cutting back as prices go up. How the Fed is stepping in, hoping to help, and why some say it's too little too late.
And the science of sleep. Researchers say they figured out the perfect length for a good night's sleep. Dr. Azar is in for our weekly checkup after the break.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now. NBC News. Streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress, and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news, NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So just letting the headlines roll here. News outlets just now, getting started here today. Nothing really going on, nothing driving the market, but it is selling though. We're having the selling pressure due to the Fed decision here, as expected here. I mean, you see the fear is crazy here. The first it's been 15, about 18, first 20 minutes here. Almost, selling pressure is on here today. You can tell with the statement, nobody's gonna just try to just risk it here. They're not gonna risk the biscuit for the statement. They're gonna just really probably just wait till it come out, and then as you see what's happening here, this first 20 minutes, it might come down just like that as soon as the statement go out. But now the SPY has reversed. The SPY is actually going up now. It's back at 417. I'm just looking at the stocks here. Most stocks they're not really budging with the SPY today. They're kind of doing two separate things here today. But the SPY is showing strong strength, like it wants to stay here, at least to the statement. So that's pretty good. And that definitely confirms that the bottom is in until we go to retest the lower low, 405. So right now it's looking strong here on the SPY. And the triple Qs here, they're doing very good. The SPY's up above the upper band right now, currently, and triple Qs is right in the middle at VWAP, so they can go either way. But it looks strong here. The pressure looks on though. The battle's still on for sure. The bulls and bears are still fighting. So we're just not getting a confirmed direction yet. But they did try to bring it down here. Stocks did at the open, and the ETS was too, but the ETS have reversed and bounced back up. Some stocks are just now starting to realize it, but most stocks are not really going with the bounce so far. It'll probably kick in here sooner or later. So just got to have patience. At the end of the day, we know what we're waiting on. It looks like the S&P Global, that data came out at 9:45, like 5 minutes ago. So it had a little pop to it, a little spark to it. But we'll see how it's going to end up digesting by the end of the day. We're going to take a quick break here, though, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you're having a good morning so far. The market is mixed up here like a kangaroo. It's going up and down. Got everything mixed up here. Anticipation is real, you guys. Everyone's just waiting here. Still choppy right now. Ahead of the Fed decision, so that's just what it's going to be for right now. But we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter, man. It's a freestyle. It's out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you sent it, I sent it, we sent it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' but it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas that got death, they run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the best land. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
With another one. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me, sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. With another one. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me, sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady, no bitches want have my baby. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me, sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady, no bitches want have my baby. Everyone niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady, then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hating. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Second starving with my people. Had to go swipe me a visa. Fact I get Buffalo Reef. Bad bitch, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna beat. Tryna get one like a pawn. Told them I'm rich, I can yes I'm a dawn. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. Caressing your body, I lie you more. I got this shit out the mud. Bitch, I rise to the plug. So many drugs and I cashed out on that shit. And I caught me a pack. I double that pack. And then I cashed out on the wheel. She said that how you want it, I want it for the back. You know I be loving that shit. You know that ass fat. Can't even cap. Girl, you know you loving this rip. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me, sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady, most bitches want have my baby. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me, sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady, most bitches want have my baby.
I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fainted for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Just you and me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, friends, don't you really what I wanted? But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride tonight. If you ride tonight, hit my phone and let me know if you ride tonight. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
Extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep whipping. Extra, extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep whipping. Extra, extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rocking. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fucking me, bitch, that's straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many rats, you can't fit in my pocket. That's straight up exotic. Fucking this bitch, she say I'm too toxic. Little bad bitch, she calling me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no sleep, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, if you ain't come from the turf. RP truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could have been worse. Camping they rap, why they shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came from my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light don't go, no, my nigga for the same. Nigga be with all the diss and keeping me all in their mention. Get hit for all of that feds. You cool on the hoe, check my pen. But 10 toes in, really stand on my bed. Extra. If it go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep whipping. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep whipping. Extra, extra.
Fuck what they talking about. Fuck with this shit. Fuck what they talking about. Fuck with this shit. Fuck what they talking about. Yo, nigga, I don't need no gang, gang, gang. Nigga, I'm my own gang, 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 gang. If you say my name, we gon' spray, spray, spray. All my niggas with it, toe K, K, K. Billy automatic, yo, semi automatic. I heard you want some pressure, boy, you don't want no pressure. Blowing out the bag, boy, you know the straight pressure. When your hoe see me, boy, she want straight pressure. You don't wanna see me. You don't want me creep like late night creeping. And your bushes let them niggas sticking. And your bushes leave them niggas sticking. You don't wanna see me creeping. You don't wanna pressure, pressure. You don't wanna pressure, pressure. Hey, where did she rush she fought? I choked her till she coughed. I beat her like a runaway slave. Hell, I brought her. Yeah, ma'am. I fucked your daughter and I'm 21. I be with Savage and I slaughter. But I'm Leonard P. These bitches think I'm flaunting. I got a little weight, cause in Shotsbury this shit haunting. All these fucking shootouts, it's better to move in silence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the little quick break there. Who was playing last? Okay. Pause here. So it looks like they owe a lot of selling pressure, you guys. We knew this was expected though, due to the FOMC. We already knew this. No biggie, no surprise here at LCAOD. We have a great day today. Most shorted rejections is home furnishing stocks. Fed decision 2 p.m. Market mix, the Nasdaq's down almost 1%. The SP 500 is down 30%. The Dow's down up. The Dow is up about 3%. So we got a mixed market. The Nasdaq's only down 92%. The SP 500 is down 29%. Mixed market, but it looks like they're about to flip red here. So far AMD gave up all its gains. They're right back at the levels it was before it closed yesterday. Maybe a $2 difference from yesterday. But they gave all those earnings gains right back to the market, you guys. So it looks like that was a share movement there. It looks like Airbnb did too. They're still up $5-6, but they gave up. They sold at 158, so they actually made their profit over there at the real estate section. So yeah, this is what it is. The Tesla though, Amazon's selling off bad here. They're down 77, almost at 2,400. So they're dumping Amazon over there. Amazon's down bad over there. Who else is down? Tesla's below 900, you guys. Not looking good for them either right now. So Booking is down 60 here. So not looking good for Booking here. A lot of big names, like I said, a lot of big names are that's where the money's been moving here lately. The share prices with over 1,000, over 800, 900. You know, they've been moving the most. But right now, I just think we see this little play around sell off and to the Fed decision. Oh boy! But a very chill day so far. Like I said, I told you I'm not going to be doing as much talking today. Just monitoring charts and numbers, you guys. Risk managing charts and numbers here today. Really nothing to be talking about, you know. Nothing that I can say that to help the cause today. The focus is the Fed decision, and that's just what it's trying. I'm just trying to get everyone's focus on one accord, you know. So nothing going on. So you know what? Let's tune in. It's day 14, Johnny Depp trial. Let's tune into that versus Amber Heard. This has nothing to do with the market, you guys. Let's just look at something else other than the market since it's so chill right now. And nobody's doing nothing. So the market did just get a little spark there towards it, but nothing big, but a little spark. But let's tune into that. It's live coverage here. Let's tune into it. This has nothing to do with the market. We're just going to watch it here, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD.
Because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
Okay. But that's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court. I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
what percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct, and I also do pro bono work as well.
In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence, yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right, they were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that bar association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them, that's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
Right. You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here comparing individual data to group data and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse.
Correct, personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Yeah. Everything Ms. Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Ms. Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired to do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed?
I was not.
You were contacted?
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Ms. Heard or assessing Ms. Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
and especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that. But you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind? That's how you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
We assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data.
Sure.
All right? You chose to conduct some collateral interviews.
Correct.
Right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs.
Correct.
And you looked at her notes.
Correct.
And you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued. Correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. So, you know that Ms. Heard stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
Yeah. And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
if he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
Right. No other data to believe otherwise. But the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Heard is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him. She's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
Testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes.
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
Correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right. So you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
And you talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Heard's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
Let's do this again. Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Heard.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review, in that context, any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother, did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right, I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes.
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse.
Correct.
Erin Filati.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony.
Correct.
Some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record, so I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes, and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia.
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And you testified there are certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look at as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX92? So
It's an evidence.
public to the jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
Do you know what this is?
I believe this is the knife that Miss Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So we talked about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Ms. Franco, Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's one, a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So, now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out.
Whose form is it?
My form.
All right. I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
No objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you can discuss
We'll
it.
work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but I'm
All right.
positive there's identifiers.
all right. 1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury. I don't.
Well, we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right, publish that.
All right. So this is the bottom corner. Your notes, and it's under the section of your notes that's entitled "Intimate Relationships."
Franco.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF. That's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form?
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015, and at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after John.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed a TRO.
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Yeah, sometime after the TRO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talk, we can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. Just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Well, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
That you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah,
No, when you fucking have a close
you didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
You did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Yeah, you just helped.
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider low levels of violence.
Well, I consider that the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
Right. You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
No. There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip and then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But
similar
there's
2
nothing
days
from
that
Dr. Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury, I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
There. Is it your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right, so you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on like the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right, so when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
No.
Right. What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to make that determination.
All right. You don't think that's a reflective of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, again, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, My partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
You have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She
And you
wasn't
helped her-
framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did, and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right.
So Amber Heard,
You didn't
Amber Heard
administer the
diagnosed-
CAP-5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the CAPS. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS-5. I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS-5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS-5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS-5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11, 2019. When did you give the CAPS-5?
The CAPS-5 was administered the last time that I saw Miss Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the CAPS-5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1247? This may.
This is a new one, so we don't have it.
I'll get you there.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now, so, okay. Okay.
Sure. You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We're going to find something that has something to do with the market, you guys. That was getting intense here. I mean, the market's chill. Nothing's going on. It's just selling off, but it's consolidating in the same range here. We all know it's waiting for the Fed decision. It's 11:03 a.m. We got the European market closing in about 27 minutes. The United States will be in full control. But if you're just now tuning in, this is the Johnny Depp trial. It has nothing to do with the market, but it's so chill right now. We just decided to watch it here for the past 30 minutes. Been very interesting. Finding some things out about these two that I didn't know. Amber Heard was diagnosed with PTSD. Didn't know that, but that's pretty. It makes sense why they're in the trial. But prayers goes out to both of them, man, both parties. But yeah, this has nothing to do with the market, man. Just didn't know that there's nothing going on today, and I didn't know that it would be like this up until the Fed decision. I thought we would at least get a couple briefings or something, but it looks like everyone literally is anticipating this Fed decision. So that's what it's going to boil down to today, though, you guys. So for the most part, those stocks did pull back from yesterday, so we look like we're heading back to those. We're at those Monday lows right now. On the stocks, that is, not the ETFs. The ETF, the SPY stuff is really holding up here. It looks like they're back to like last Thursday's area. So kind of like, went down and came back up and just now chilling right now on the SPY, triple Q. So everything is like that. AMD, they just faded all those earnings gains. They faded them. So everything's back to normal over there. But I think, like I said, Fed decision is going to have a big factor on AMD, but I really don't see them honestly moving for quite a while. They usually do this. They kind of act like a Snapchat. So, they're going to stall that move. They're going to prolong it. Nothing wrong with it, though. Usually, if they go up, they give it up, But as you can see, the market, we're hurting. The companies can't pay out. They can't pay out these positions right now. And definitely this is what this is stating right now. So it's looking like, companies can't pay these positions out. The Fed decision, it can definitely tank the market today, considering the market's already selling here before the decision. So think about that, but, Powell can just flip things like, oh, nothing's wrong, everything's okay. And then investors, investor bulls, they'll take advantage of it. They'll push this market up here, you guys. So either way it goes here, just know a big move is coming here. Right now, it's looking like so far towards the downside here, the first half of the day here so far. But Fed decision is what it's going to boil down to, and it's got to digest. And then Powell has to speak as well, so that's got to digest. They got to quote him up a little bit, and then we'll know an initial move by then. But other than that, you guys, nothing going on. It's really chill besides the selling pressure. Puts are catching some gains right now. But like I said, it can easily reverse here. It can easily reverse with the decision on the line. So we're gonna see what it's gonna do. So far, right now, though, the market is in the red. Though the Nasdaq is down 1.37%, the S&P 500 is down 38%, the Dow Jones is up 17%, Russell 2000 down 77%, the VIX $29.11 down about 48% today. So S&P rises slightly in choppy trading ahead of Fed decision. So they did rise a little bit slightly, but they're down now. That was earlier this morning. And so this is just where we're at, you guys. This is just where we're at. So let's see here. I don't see if we got anything going on, trending, moving the market here. Oh, Biden is live, you guys. Wow, Biden is live. It looks like this just started too. Let's tune in.
Taxes. All we're asking is that the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations begin to pay their fair share, at least part of their fair share. You've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I believe you should be able to make as much money as you legally can, but just pay your fair share. There's no reason why a billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. That's in sharp contrast to what today's Republican Party is offering. And if they hadn't put this in print, you'd think I was making it up. Senator Rick Scott of Florida, United States Senator, who's leading the Republican National Senatorial Campaign Committee, released what he calls the Ultra MAGA Agenda. It's a MAGA agenda, all right. Let me tell you about this Ultra MAGA agenda. It's extreme, as most MAGA things are. It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year. Among the hardest hit, working families, kids with folks. Imagine you're a family of four and you don't make enough money to have federal taxes. Because you don't make enough money to pay them. You pay all your taxes, but you just don't make enough. And under this new plan, this tax plan, the ultra MAGA agenda, while big corporations and billionaires are going to pay nothing more,
So that's why the stock market.
the working class folk are going to pay a hell of a lot more. And it goes further than that. This extreme Republican agenda calls for Congress. Now, I'm not making this up either. You got to really think about this. It requires a vote, if it were to pass, every 5 years. The Congress would have to vote to reinstate or eliminate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Social Security is something seniors have paid in for their whole life. And it has to be reauthorized. Has to be reauthorized every 5 years. Look, again, it's hard to make this up, but then again, it's a mega agenda. Meanwhile, millionaires and billionaires and corporations skate by. Imagine that. Just imagine that. I think it is truly outrageous. I've offered a different plan, a plan rooted in American values of fairness and decency. Wealthy folks and corporations will pay a little more. Billionaires will have to pay a minimum tax. And again, most importantly, no one making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We're going to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, not put it on the block every 5 years. Let me remind you again, I reduced the federal deficit. All the talk about the deficit from my Republican friends, I love it. I've reduced it $350 billion in my first year in office. And we're on track to reduce it by the end of September by another $1.5 trillion. The largest drop ever. I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency. I want to hear about helping ordinary people. The bottom line is that for decades, the trickle-down economics has failed as income inequity grew to historic levels under the Republicans. The mega Republicans, the MAGA Republicans. I don't want to mispronounce it, the MAGA Republicans. This is time to grow the economy, but from the bottom up and the middle out. Because here's the deal. When the poor have a ladder up and the middle class grows, the wealthy always do very well. They do very well. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Everybody doing better. And so I want you to understand, again, first year, $350 billion reduction in deficit. This year, $1.5 trillion. It's going to bring some relief. Thank you. I take a few questions quickly.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about sanctions? The EU, about sanctions against, or about further sanctions in Europe. The European Union today announced new sanctions against oil, against Russia. What's the next round for the U.S.? And also on a separate issue, what's the next step on abortion once this case gets settled?
I want to ask about deficits, huh? I want to make sure this doesn't get covered. Okay, here we go. I'm going to answer those two questions and then go out and talk to the Olympians. With regard to the additional sanctions, we're always open to additional sanctions, and I've been in consultation. I'll be speaking with the members of the G7 this week about what we're going to do or not do, number one. Number two, what was the second one? Look.
The second one was on abortion.
As I said when when this hit, as I was getting on the plane to go down to Alabama, this is about a lot more than abortion. I hadn't read the whole opinion at that time. But this reminds me of the debate with Robert Bork. Bork believed the only reason you had any inherent rights was because the government gave them to you. If you go back and look at the opening comments with the Bork-Biden when I was questioning him as chairman, I said, I believe I have the rights that I have, not because the government gave them to me, which you believe, but because I'm just a child of God. I exist. I delegated by joining this union here to delegate some rights I have to the governments for social good. So the idea that somehow there is an inherent right, that there is no right of privacy, that there is no right. And remember the this is the guys on the Supreme Court have state changed the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children. Is that legit under the way that the decision is written? What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
Will you make a speech on abortion like you did on voting rights, Mr. President? Mr. President, how can you combat it?
All right, for more on this, that's President Biden again. Some initiatives to try to help the economy. Big announcement is that the Treasury Department will be paying down the national debt for the first time since 2016. So for more on this, let's bring in Kenneth Moton in Washington, D.C., and ABC News financial contributor Alexis Christoforous.
Dang, so that's a big announcement. That's huge for the market, you guys. So they're going to be paying the national federal debt for the first time since 2016. Meaning whoever came in the past 4 to 5 years ain't did it. So look at who that was, you know. Dang, that's crazy, though. That is wild. The national debt, you guys, that's about to get paid. So I think the effect that's going to have, she used to work for Yahoo Finance, too. Now she works for ABC News. But I think the effect it's going to have is really it's going to have an effect on the stocks. I don't think the stock market will be booming like that because they're about to pay a debt, you guys, for the first time in 4 to 5, 6 years. So, I mean, you got like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that the stock market is going to continue to stay this high and that's about to happen. You know? That's just crazy to assume and think, you know? But, I mean, you just don't know. I mean, obviously, it sounds like the Fed still got the PPP money. It sounds like they still got that stimulus money. They still got that stimulus bag on them, and they about to just give the rest back to the debt that's owed nationally for the past 6 years. So that's real big on Biden to do, man. That says a lot on his behalf, but a lot of people ain't gonna be feeling that. I'm assuming that everybody ain't gonna be feeling that. He keep calling out big tax corporations, pay your fair share, yada yada. I mean, he done came for who he done came for. Who else is he damn talking about? So that's what you gotta start kind of being thinking about too now. But I mean, just watch out for that, you guys. He just announced that. That's breaking news. That was a breaking news briefing right there. He's saying all this before the Fed decision, you guys. So I'll be pretty interested here today at 2 p.m. It's 11:17 a.m. right now. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. We're going to catch the Euro close. And that's just where we're going to catch the Euro close. So, and let's listen to this right here.
Are they seeing more money in their pockets? Are they seeing more money if they fill up their car with gas, if they can even afford to fill it up all the way? What are they seeing when they go to the grocery store, and how much money are they leaving with when they leave after buying groceries? That is what this White House is dealing with right now. We know our recent poll also shows that more Americans trust the Republicans to tackle the big issues of the economy and inflation. And Joe Biden has gotten bad marks on the economy and inflation. So you're going to see him in front of the cameras there touting his successes. This president is also known for saying that you've got to talk about what you're doing for the American people and talk about the successes and let them know what you're doing for them. And so we expect to see the president talking about prescription drugs, healthcare, utility bills, and what he's doing to help the American people.
And Alexis, the other timing note is something that you mentioned. The Fed is expected to announce raising rates today. Right. So the timing here, again, can't be ignored with that. How is this announcement about paying down the national debt supposed to work with the raising of rates by the Fed?
Well, I think
overall, it's about getting this economy back on its feet and getting inflation down. And the Fed is expected to give its biggest punch yet in its fight against inflation around 2 o'clock Eastern today. It's expected to aggressively raise interest rates by 0.5%. We haven't seen that happen since the year 2000. And the goal there is to sort of lessen demand, to raise the amount it's going to cost to borrow money. You're going to slow demand and hopefully slow the economy just a little bit. Of course, the issue, though, Diane, is are they going to slow the economy so much that we fall into a recession? And if you look at history, the last few times the Fed aggressively raised interest rates in this way, we did fall into a recession, albeit a mild one. So it's really the lesser of two evils for the Fed. Do we continue to let inflation run hot, or do we risk a mild recession?
Oof. This is some heavy stuff for 11 a.m. Alexis, thank you so much for breaking it down for us as always. Kenneth, thank you as well, friend.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. We'll be right back. Stick around.
I feel about you. 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 It's your real life, folks. I feel about you. Rest in peace, folks. From the swamp to the zoo. Be safe, play it cool. Stay down, stay true. Don't ever try to walk in the next man's shoes. And my pops told me that, and I heard what he said. I listen to him and I abide by them steps. And I keep my Smith & Wesson. Still like that, you heard what I said? Don't try me, I ain't playing. Damn, Rose is going. What is going on? I don't give a fuck though. I know what's going on for real. It's all about the spiritual being. It ain't about how you feel. You get caught up, they can lead up to death. And you don't wanna die in the early stage. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. Yeah, real life. Yeah, real life. Oh. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. Fuck a rainy day, I need a sunny day. I remember I was broke, that shit was yesterday. Guap called and said he had a bill away. I hopped up in the window when we sped away. Smoking gas on our way down 85. Hit short and grinning up like real fast. Then we got back and rolled out of gas. I told my baby girl I had to get the cash. Every day I gotta hustle, every day I gotta eat. Keep me a fresh fade, that's just how I gotta be. And I'm smoking good tree. And best believe I got a good tree. And that Glock on me. You can never take me. Smith & Wesson throw away. Nigga, that's a closed case. That's a closed case.
Good dog. Good dog.
Well, Birdie had no right to dish you like that.
Man, Birdie's just being. Oh, roll up the Birdie. Wrap up the Birdies. Level up. I leveled up. I leveled up. Hey, I'm feeling good, so you know I leveled up. I'm from the hood, but you know I leveled up. What's good? Is you really with it, dude? Hey, what's good? Is you really with it, guys? Hey, I'm leveled up. Hey, I'm leveled up. I'm feeling good. Hey, I'm from the hood. Hey, I leveled up. Look at my chain. I leveled up. Them diamonds blind. Oh, I leveled up. Where your hoe? She with my man. I can't fuck with her if my man don't wanna fuck with her. Hey, pulling ace of spades. Woo. Yo hoe, she just want a spade. Woo. Smoke some dope to the face. Pluto in the bin, what you say? What you say? I got them bands, I leveled up. Stop playing. You selling grams, you level low. We selling OZs. Come cop a O, please. Ay, we leveled up. Young nigga leveled up. From the hood, so you know I leveled up.
Yeah, you know I leveled up. Yeah, I got my motherfucking shovel up. And that's on life, you can't get dug if you ain't digging what I'm saying. Feel like that, switching up the plan. Oh man, got caught with 80 grams. Oh damn, I don't know what that is. Who's his dad? Who gon' take that bid? Who gon' do it? I don't know about shit. I'm still not talking, I got my Jewish lawyer on 6. That's speed dial if you ain't get it. Yeah, all my niggas with it. That's the real ones, we in the league, we don't feel you. Yeah, we in the league and we don't feel you. Yeah, hating from a distance, keep it away. I ain't really with it. I'm a spiritual fucking listener. Yeah, I'm blowing smoke, nigga. If they wanna kill me, oh well, I'm going to heaven, nigga. So damn, nigga, I don't feel you. No way, I'm one side and I'm real here. Nigga better level up. Yeah, like McMill, I'm on levels. Yeah, you better know your level. If you don't know it, then you with the devil.
That's what I get, trying to be like you, trying to be like you.
Yeah, like, you trying to be like me.
All the way.
Nah.
Bitch, I'm trying to fuck. This shit ain't no love. It ain't no love. Bitch, you fuck my brothers. Fuck my brothers. I know that I was in the gutter. I was in the car. I could've went in. I could've fucked a friend. But I was off the team. And I was off the hand. I had another bitch. I got locked up. I was in the pen. Hey, I got plenty beats. That shit got me caught up in the trenches. That shit got me jammed up in the hinges. But I'm still loose. For the hinges. Hey, for the hoe. Santa Claus coming down the chimney though. Hey, kick it through your bed though. Tell that bitch she gotta come through the bed though. Yeah, that shit had me fucked up. I was up the sands. I can remember stuff. But I be rolling. Hey, no loud, no concept. Hey, these niggas been serious. Hey, I'm smoking on this OG Sherbert. I want your hoe. Hey, bitch, I'm trying to fuck. This shit ain't no love. Bitch, you fuck my brothers. I know that I was in the gutter. I was in the car. I could've went in. I could've fucked a friend. But I was off the team. And I was off the hand. I had another bitch. I got locked up. I was in the pen. Hey, take a charge. Baby girl, I ran you over too hard. But you gon' get the ball. Hey, ball ain't your wall. Hey, yeah, ball to the wall in university. No, doors and chairs. I'm getting single. I'm getting money. I'm winning like Bigo. I saw you like Nino. Put you in the picture. Bitch, I'm tryna fuck. This shit ain't no love.
Big dump right here, Euro close, y'all. Big dump. We starting to flush on the spot.
No love living.
This is what the market's saying.
No love lost. Be the boss. Right price. White people take you out. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee.
Okay.
Chicken just like kids rolling off football. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Chicken just like kids rolling off football. Hey, decide how I'm gon' face it. Hey, decide how I'm gon' make it.
Decisions.
Hey, I'm just tryna make it. Just waking and baking.
It's 11:30. U.S. in control.
I love honeys. I love money.
What the price gonna be?
Bitch blowing me up. What you want, honey?
I just playing around.
Phone always motherfucking jumping.
You trying to get money?
Can't never get no peace, man. I just want it.
Fuck this shit.
But I'm just chiefin'. Man, I seen some demons. Hey, demons being deacons. Not Wake Forest, but you get it. No love living. No love lost. It costs me the boss. Right price, my people take you off. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. She be just like cancer rolling off footballs. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. She be just like cancer rolling off football. Hey, bitches like my postman, they know I'm the most.
Price going down.
I'm no sure.
U.S. in control. Remember this.
Yeah.
Your market hurt. They keep selling every day.
All the motions, all the waves. Tired of that. Cannot take me back. You can't wife me, bitch. You cannot take me back. You can't knife me, bitch. Cause I always turn my back on snake shit. Money doing that weightlifting. And these niggas doing that snake. With the rats. Never ever been there. Always got chest. What the fuck you talking about? I ain't get into you. It came from the motherfucking soil. Hey, I'm your highness. I'm royal. Hey, I be getting oil. Wait, I be getting oil. Dab the more. Nigga, I be oil. Lift up. Where you ain't go? What's up? I ain't got no boat. Never sunk. Float. Whenever it happen, hope. No love living. No love lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my peoples take you off. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off footballs. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off footballs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see it's 11:33 a.m. We got 3 minutes into the United States is being in control. The euro market is closed. We got the Fed decision approaching us. The market is in red. Starbucks plans wages increase, training to counter union push. So it's so many companies doing this union stuff, you guys. Starbucks, Apple, Amazon. Who's next? Who's next getting called out for a unionization? So it's real out here, man. The euro market, I've been noticing though, yeah, they have been selling us here for the past month and a half. Been like, letting us know like they don't have it. Well, they do have it, but they got it at a steady pace. You got to think, you guys, when the pandemic happened, everybody in the world didn't lose their jobs over there. Like different countries, they didn't lose their jobs. They didn't lose. They didn't lose out on anything as far as besides maybe death. Literally, that was it. The sickness, that was it. COVID was serious, but other than that, they didn't it wasn't like how it was over here in the U.S. People lost jobs. People filed for unemployment. A lot of that stuff in the other countries didn't happen. Now every country did receive stimulus. So that's the thing though right now. So some countries didn't lose their jobs, but did receive stimulus due to the COVID situation. So there's just so much money. Every country got different types of money right now, basically. So the the European market, they got a lot of money, but they don't gotta pump it. They don't gotta do what the U.S. gotta do. They don't care. Put it that way. They don't gotta do nothing because people didn't lose their jobs. Remember that over here, U.S. we lost our jobs, but we pumped the market too. We had the highest and everything as far as stimulus, anything, COVID, everything. It was messed up. Jerome Powell, who's speaking today, did this. So it's going to boil down to him, you guys. That's how serious this moment is. Anytime he talks or he's on the screen, that's how serious it is. So just keep that in mind. You're going to always hear that name, Jerome Powell. Man, though, yeah, man, it's serious like that right now, you guys. It's about to be a big shift here soon. You remember that urge I was telling you guys about LCAOD word of the day. That's what it was. Monday, it was soon, and then Tuesday it was urge. So we don't know what the word of the day today is gonna be. We're gonna find out here shortly. We're gonna do that early too today. We're gonna get that in before the Fed decision here. We want to go ahead and get all that stuff out the way before, because the Fed decision is gonna boil down to that. When that starts, that statement drop, boom, we see what it says. Oh, we're gonna read through it, skim through it. I am gonna have another investor, mentor, another analyst. A homie of mine, he basically gets the statement first, you guys. So if you guys are just now tuning in, or if you already been tuned in, you know what I'm talking about. He gets the statement first before anybody. So well, he not like first before anybody, but like what he used, he get it pretty fast first. Like he can boom, it drops, he get it, boom, boom. So we're gonna pull his channel up when that happens and watch it on his channel, and then of course we're gonna watch Jerome Powell's press conference afterwards and see what he's trying to sum it up to be. Because a lot of people, you gotta understand, don't like to read. Some people read slow. Some people read fast. So it's gonna be a lot of digesting with this Fed decision too. It's gonna be a lot of volatility when it comes out. The market's gonna instantly change. It's about to just instantly change. You'll see it. It might be a pop up. It might be a breakdown, but it's just going to instantly move at 2 p.m. And then, it'll start digesting what it's really trying to do. And then we'll go from there. That'll be a direction. It should be confirmed. Some people say give it a couple of days, 2-day rule, 3-day rule. Some people say 5-day rule. You'll really know the direction. But I mean, that's up to you. I mean, how much patience or urge you have, or, how much sense and knowledge you got too, to know what's what at that point once this statement drop and Powell speaks. Yeah, you guys, that's just what it is right now. But the European market is closed. The United States is in control. I would give it about probably like a good 20 minutes here. They'll make a decision on which way they want to take it before the Fed decision, if that makes sense. So I would say give about 20-30 minutes. You'll see. It'll probably pop back up here to the lower band. I'm noticing. Or it might just say call tops here and just keep making lower lows, maybe back to 412, 410. But if not, definitely it'll bounce back to about 414.60, maybe even 415. Getting the channel there. That's what the U.S. might do here. But other than that, that's just what it is, you guys. The market is currently in the red here. The Dow is down 26%. The S&P 500 is down 56%. The NASDAQ is down about 1.46%. And you got the Russell 2000 down about 92%. The VIX is up here now, though, you guys. Up 7% now. So $29.27 here on the VIX. The volatility just turned on. Up 7%. We're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We will be right back.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory. Now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. I've been worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this littlest. The part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned out into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Done playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
Like that. We're in the book with it. Hey, year 29. Studio Productions. Hold up. 29 late that is. You about to pass me the thing? Oh, fuck it. I thought he was gonna pass me the ropes. Hold up. I tell these niggas I'm the coach. Yeah. Bitch, I don't brag or boast. Yeah. But I do this shit the most. Yeah, I'm getting all these packs and I don't hope I ghost. Cause if they fucking do, then I'm gonna come back boast. And niggas don't get that, but I do and I will roast. Niggas don't understand, nigga. Yeah, I fucking tote that 40 fucking cow. Yeah, I'm with your gal. Yeah, she sucked me up. She sucked me right now. But I don't want her. I told her go back down. Hold up. Next bitch come back. But you know how that is. That's just how we do it. My niggas in here. Yeah, we fucking do this. It's 5 of us. We the real niggas.
Can't nobody fuck with us, we the killer niggas. And we can get you fucking killed, nigga. We from Shotsbury where niggas getting killed, nigga. Niggas robbing banks and shooting at the police. Nigga, we don't give a fuck, nigga, that is OD. LCA in front of that. Lights, camera, action. Leonard P, I'm a fanatic. Leonard P getting mathematics, Oh, but let me stop playing with them. These niggas ain't on my lane. I'm out my brain, and that's been since the green. Understand? Smoking on that Mustang. Oh, yeah, this shit is Mustang. Ooh, these niggas talking. Ooh, well, I'm peeling caps back. Y'all shoot that. What the fuck you want? These niggas ain't on. What the fuck I'm fucking on? Yeah, I told you they didn't throw a ooh. Yeah, number 9, he told you too. And who it took, that's my dude. Ay. Yeah, and OG Zeus. Yeah, we the realest. But I'ma pass it and let my niggas kill it.
Yeah, they call me OG Zeus. Yeah, my nigga, I'm nice. I keep the juice. Yeah, I had to get the cut. Yeah, my nigga, what? I don't give a fuck. I'm with the crew and you know what we do. Yeah, my nigga, like the horse Stewie J. True. Yeah, cause we the fucking crew. Yeah, my nigga, you don't want none of that dude. Yeah, we nice. We driving reckless. My nigga, I'm in the Lexus. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm driving and I'm texting. Yeah, I got my girl and we be flexing. Yeah, we nice. Yeah, we be rolling. Yeah, my nigga, I get a strike like I'm bowling. Yeah, my nigga, I got the toolie like I'm holding. Yeah. Let's stay rolling. Yeah, I'm off the gas. Yeah, off the pack. Yeah, my nigga. Ooh, yeah, I'm off the thrax. Yeah, I'm off the thrax. Yeah, I be Jack. Yeah, my nigga kicking movies like Jackie Chan. Yeah, I'm kicking it. Yeah, I'm kicking shit. Yeah, my nigga, I'm kicking movies. Yeah, kick you in the ribs, kick you on the ground. Yeah, my nigga, I'm kicking shit down. Yeah, my nigga. Ooh, I got the king. I mean the crown. Yeah, it's going down in the city in the Berry. Yeah, my nigga. Yeah, get out before you get buried. Yeah, this shit real deadly. Yeah, my nigga got the toolies. Yeah, them shit's heavy. Yeah, duck.
That's the power of what all of you do. You don't just play a game, run a race, hit a target, or win a competition. With every step, jump, roll, kick, and twirl, you show us the heights of our human potential. You show us how to fail and then get back up. You teach us that hard work and sacrifice and determination can push us beyond what we ever thought was in our reach. When we cheer you on, we are more than our cities or our states or our backgrounds. We are a part of something bigger than ourselves. You help us believe in the impossible and leave our differences behind. Now, I know that these games may not have been exactly as you once imagined, with stadiums packed with people and all of your loved ones screaming from the sidelines. But you are all champions just the same. You did it during a global pandemic. You are forever one of the most elite, most celebrated athletes in this world. I hope that you are proud of everything you have accomplished, because we all are. We are so proud of you. And we are grateful for the gifts you've given us, the hope, the joy, the unity, and most of all, the chance to see all of you soar. Thank you. And now, an even greater fan of Team USA, my husband, our president, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Julie. You know, as a guy heads up the Veterans Affairs for America, the big guy standing, please sit down, guys, knows I'm glad the Lord didn't come down and give me a choice between being president and an Olympian. I had all those Walter Mitty dreams, you know, and they weren't about being president, being about a great athlete. Thought I was, you know, in high school and college. But I tell you what, you all are incredible. You're absolutely incredible. Welcome to the White House. Welcome to the White House. This is your house. This is the people's house. The Bidens are a big sports family. We love watching the Olympics. And Jill came home from Tokyo. All she could do was talk about y'all constantly. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. And we know that no matter the results, we want it to honor you here at the White House. And I'm sorry you had to wait that year between the time it was set and the time to go. I mean, you've been through so darn much. Been through so much. 600 American Olympians and Paralympians from the Summer Games in Tokyo and the Winter Games in Beijing. Athletes from all across America, from all kinds of backgrounds, including 18 veterans of the United States Armed Forces who are here today. And more than 260 medals across a dozen sports weighing 1 million pounds. Thanks for letting me hold those medals, man. It made me feel important for a second. They are something else. Thank you. We also know the pride your families felt and how hard it was for them and for you that they couldn't be there in person with you. Our favorite part of the Olympics, Jill and my family, was watching your families watch you. I'm not joking. Watching your families watch you, learning about who you are, because we learn about how big and diverse and talented, how great this nation is, just how diverse we are. The pandemic made training and competing especially difficult and draining, but you did it. You all did it. We were in awe, not just of your incredible athleticism, but your endurance and your state of mind, but most of all, your character. You all have such incredible character. No matter what event you compete in, you draw inspiration from your work, your hard work, your courage, your discipline as you watch it. As we watch you, I'm serious. Whether you're a would-be athlete like me or you've never played a sport, I'm serious. You look at you. You look how you handle victory and defeat. It's just astounding, astounding. And as I was saying to a couple of Paralympians, you inspire people. You inspire people around the world. You inspire them to pursue their hopes and their dreams, not just in sport, but in life. I've had kids come up to me and say, "Did you see? Did you see? I think I can." Not a joke. You all know it. It's real. The people you'll never meet witnessed how hard you competed, trained, and pushed yourself. And you helped them believe in themselves. You've helped them believe that they can do things that maybe, just maybe I can. They look at you and see that despite the emotional, mental, and financial and physical toll, you've never given up. You just don't quit. As I said to our foreign leaders, my counterparts, there's no quit in America. There's just no quit. And you're the quintessential example of that. There's no quit in America. None. The power of your example gives so many people strength to never give up as well. It matters. Particularly matters today because of the pandemic. So much turmoil has occurred. So many people are dealing with problems, particularly little kids, in terms of health, mental health problems and the like. You've given people so much hope. In you, I see who we are as a nation. The only nation in the world that can be defined by one word. One word. I was asked when I was in the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping, and he looked at me. I had a simultaneous interpreter, and he had one. And he looked at me and said, "Can you define America for me?" It's a true story. It's been published all over the world by now. And I said, "Yes, I can. In one word, possibilities." We believe in America anything is possible, and you are the explanation of what we mean. It's all about possibility. Breaking limits. You represent the very soul of America. And that's not hyperbole. You genuinely do. I'm sure you've been told this 1,000 times since you've been home. And people talk to you and tell you about what they thought when they were watching you. You know, and as sports does, like few things, you helped us unite the nation. We've been a very divided nation philosophically of late, but you brought us together. For no matter the divisions, when we see you compete, we feel a common pride in those three letters, USA. I mean that. There's a common pride. It crosses all political spectrums. You know, through the lows and the highs and the tears and the joy, we were with you every moment. All of you, whether it was your first time competing or the culmination of your career. I want to thank you for showing what we can do together as one America and one Team USA. And now it's my honor to introduce one of our amazing athletes, Alana Myers-Taylor. Hometown, Douglasville, Georgia. Her dad, a star football player at the Naval Academy before becoming a Marine. Like so many of you, she grew up playing sports. College softball here in D.C. at GW, George Washington University, as a pitcher and a shortstop. She came close to making the Olympic softball team, but never gave up on her Olympic dream. During 2002 Winter Games in Salt Lake, she watched American bobsledders. Vonetta Flowers become the first black athlete to win a gold medal at the Winter Games. And this is what I mean by inspiration. With her mom and her dad's support, she switched sports, trained hard. You know, she was devoted. She even married a bobsledder. Trained harder after becoming a mom. And after a silver and bronze in Beijing, she became the most decorated woman ever to compete in Olympic bobsled and the most decorated black athlete in the Winter Olympic history. And she dedicated her medals to her beautiful baby boy, Nico. She carried our flag during the closing ceremonies. Today, she's here to represent her fellow Olympians and our country at the White House. Alana, the podium is yours. You earned it.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Emhoff. What an honor it is to be here today. This is a moment that is truly beyond the imagination of many of our dreams. One that many of us thought may never be possible. As a team, Olympians, Paralympians, summer athletes, winter athletes, we've been through a lot. A pandemic, a postponement, a war. But this team is resilient. We came together and we persevered, and we hope we've made this country proud.
You did.
We are Team USA. This is one amazing group behind me, and I hope many of you get to know them. And those who couldn't join us today, we are one team, bonded forever by the incredible honor of representing this great nation and wearing our flag. On behalf of the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Team USA, I would like to invite a few of my teammates now to present some pretty awesome Team USA swag. So please, let me introduce Speed skater, Brittany Bowe. Curler, John Schuster. Javelin thrower, Kara Winger. Para triathlete, Melissa Stockwell. Para alpine skier, Danielle Umstead. Para alpine skier, Tyler Carter. Wheelchair rugby player, Chuck Aoki. And wheelchair basketball player, Matt Scott.
Here we go. Don't jump. She's our photographer. Look at her. She was in a 3-meter. Got it?
Thank you, and let's take a team photo.
Athletes, please remain in place for a group photo with the president. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining. That was your president, Biden. With the Olympians, they're back in the USA. That's what's up right there, man. Shout out to the Olympians, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. But right now it is 12:01 p.m. Wall Street lunch break is beginning. Majority of them will start going in about 30 minutes. Some of them are going now. They will be back at about 1 p.m. Like I said earlier, I'm just trying to keep you guys at ease, and at the same time just monitor the charts and numbers. That's it. Just do less talking today. So, playing music, just keeping the vibe good. And that's just what it is, man. That's just what it is. But we got a big move coming here. Don't let nothing distract you. Stay focused. We do got a big move coming here at about 2 p.m. We're going to find out some truth here. About some truth. But nothing live right now. Surge of reaction nationwide as draft opinions moves to overrule Roe v. Wade. So that's still trying to progress. That's growing. That you see more protesters in there. A lot of states now.
Covering this since it broke, what are you seeing outside the court right now? What are the protesters, the supporters saying?
It's gotten a lot more energetic, lively in the last hour since we last spoke. I got to say, one of the most fascinating things that I've been seeing so far that you notice is the parents gave them permission to come to Washington, D.C. to protest on behalf of women's rights, who actually also gave them permission to be on television. So we're going to talk to them. Charles, walk with me a little bit because I want to introduce folks to these women. Excuse me, sorry. Where's Isabel? There you go. Come here, Isabel. So this is Isabel. She came out from San Francisco. You're in the 8th grade, Isabel. Yes. Why did you want to come out and protest this?
I came out because as a young woman, I see my rights slowly disappearing, and I know that this country stands for the protection of all people. And right now, our country is in direct conflict with its foundation, and that is not okay. So as a young person, I see the future slipping away, and I choose to take advantage.
What are you going to say to Speaker Pelosi when you meet with her office?
I'm going to say that this is not okay, and Congress must stand for what it stands for, and that us young people really need to see change.
I want to speak to another one of your classmates as well. You came out here as well, right? Why did you want to be out here today protesting?
Well, I agree with what Isabel said about I see my rights slipping away, and I don't understand why somebody else should be able to control my body.
And what about you?
I agree with both of them. I also think if we were to get raped right now, there's no way we can take care of a child, and if we are in danger, the only way that we could not be in danger is to have an abortion. And to be able to have that option when you're pregnant is an option you need to have and a step you might need to take.
Remind me, because it's been a while since I was in the 8th grade, just a couple of years ago. How old are you guys?
13 and 14.
Morgan, 13 and 14 years old. Think about that.
Wow.
13 and 14-year-olds coming out here to protest for something that they believe in. And then there's this gentleman, obviously, who is against abortion rights. You've been standing here silently.
Yes.
These women were debating someone else a little bit earlier. Why do you feel like it's important to stand here with your sign but remain silent?
I want to raise my voice, but I don't want to just have a screaming match. I've had plenty of conversations with people, civil discourse, which I'll have with anyone. I'd love to have conversations, but I'm going to raise my voice and say that I believe the killing of innocent children is wrong, and I'm going to stand here and be that voice.
Okay, appreciate it. So this is the national conversation, Morgan, that's happening across the country. Let me just show you one more sign, and then I'll toss it back to you. And that is, sir, if you could turn your sign around, I just want to show folks what it says. And this is Vets for Choice. And he was starting a chant a little bit earlier on today. So you're getting a sense, and you're really kind of seeing the evidence that I'm talking about with you, which is this real generational conversation that's happening here across the board. There are people that literally do not know life without Roe v. Wade being the law of the land versus the individuals that knew what it was like to live in this country when abortion was illegal. And that's happening across the board. It's happening overnight, and it's happening here today. It's something that we're noticing come to fruition right now.
Yeah, that generational divide is so fascinating, and so many people just have a lot at stake, right? This isn't just politics for people. It's incredibly personal. And Yasmin Sadikian, we appreciate you bringing their stories to us. Thank you.
And it's not just in Washington. More than a dozen states are poised to make nearly all abortions illegal if Roe v. Wade is overturned. Tennessee, one of those places. That state has a so-called trigger law we've been talking about a bit today. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Knoxville, Tennessee for us today. So, Kathy, first, walk us through what would happen in Tennessee in particular if Roe v. Wade is in fact overturned.
Hey there, Aaron. So it's a little different here in Tennessee because the abortion ban would go into effect if Roe v. Wade is overturned. It would happen 30 days later. So essentially it would mean medical providers or doctors who would perform an abortion, well, they would face prosecution. So they could essentially face prison time and a fine of up to $10,000 if they were moving forward with this procedure. Now, the only exception would be if the pregnancy would harm and endanger the life of the mother. But we do want to point out that this law, this trigger law here in the state of Tennessee, passed in 2019. So Planned Parenthood, they got a lot of things in motion because they knew that this would be something that they would have to deal with later down the road. So they hired more people, they trained more individuals about offering more resources to women who would be able to get abortions legally and safely outside of Tennessee if this ban were to go into effect. So the closest states outside of Tennessee right now where they would be able to get the abortion would include West Virginia, Illinois, and North Carolina. But those states are still hours away from here. But right now, as of now, this, as you know, this was a leak of the draft opinion. So right now in Tennessee, abortions are still legal, Aaron.
So, Kathy, obviously we heard in Washington some of the reaction that's happening on the streets there. What about on Main Street, Middletown, America, where you are? What's been the reaction across Knoxville, across the state of Tennessee to a potential change?
Yeah, that's a good question because, Aaron, as you know, Tennessee is a red state. It's a conservative state, but we are seeing reactions from both sides. In fact, yesterday here in Knoxville, just a couple of blocks away from here is the federal courthouse. We saw a rally of roughly 100 people, a lot of people voicing their frustrations, their anger about the possible reversal of women's rights. And earlier this morning, we had a chance to speak with some Tennesseans about their reactions to the leak. Take a listen.
The right for a woman to govern her own body, the right to have choice, is an important one. We don't put those kind of limitations on men. We don't expect men to get vasectomies or to use birth control. There's no requirement like that, and yet we put this kind of a requirement on a woman. I think it's wrong.
As a woman, I can understand how a lot of women would be upset either way. But as a mother and a pro-life mother, I'm actually happy that they're thinking about overturning this. Anybody that's had to go through that knows that you're just praying to get to that 32 weeks. They told me 32 weeks at that time. You need to make it to 32 weeks. So I do not believe there should be abortions once that child is viable. It's really sad.
And in addition to those everyday Americans, as you can imagine, elected officials are weighing in as well, including Governor Bill Lee, the Republican governor here in the state of Tennessee. He put out a statement yesterday saying that he was obviously concerned about the leak, but also said that it was a glimmer of redemption as America reconciles our troubled past. Aaron?
All right, Kathy Park for us in Knoxville today. Kathy, thank you.
President Biden is taking direct aim at the Republican agenda. He spoke from the White House just a short time ago, and it was billed as a speech on the economy, but the president ripped what he called, quote, the ultra MAGA agenda. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol Lee, these were some strong words. I mean, he said this was sort of one of the most extreme movements that we've seen in recent history. Why did the president come out with guns blazing today?
It's all about the midterms, Morgan, and the president is seizing this opportunity. He has the attention of Democrats, largely because of the abortion issue that's been percolating in the last couple of days. There are things, the economy is the thing that Americans still care about the most. We have a potential Fed rate hike coming up, and so the president stepped out today and he just could aim at Republicans in this way that we haven't heard him do before from the White House in particular. Take a listen to some of what he said.
Let me tell you about this ultra MAGA agenda. It's extreme, as most MAGA things are. It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year. I reduced the federal deficit. All the talk about the deficit from my Republican friends, I love it. I've reduced it $350 billion in my first year in office. And we're on track to reduce it by the end of September by another $1.5 trillion, the largest drop ever. I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency.
So this is the president trying to set up the November midterm elections as a choice. And Democrats have decided that they want to frame that choice as the Democrats, who are fighting for the middle class and have plans for the economy that would benefit everyone, versus Republicans, who they argue have plans that would benefit corporations and wealthy Americans. And so they're framing this as an extremist agenda, as the Trump Republican Party versus the Democratic Party. And that's the choice that they want to voters to think that they have in November. And so you're going to continue to hear a lot of this from the president, Morgan.
You know, Carol, has there been any sort of GOP response to what the president just said today?
Yeah, it was pretty swift. We heard from a couple Republicans. One of them is Senator Rick Scott from Florida, who the president called out by name and said, and Senator Scott went on another news network and said that what the president said is basically almost entirely a lie, that that Republicans are for tax cuts. And so he's really pushing back on the president. We also have a tweet from Senator Mike Braun, who said if Biden really wanted the wealthiest to pay their fair share, he would start by making them pay their own student loans. So a little shot at the president over the student loan issue, which is something that progressive Democrats want the president to take action on, and he hasn't done so yet, to relieve some of that student loan debt. And so this is going to be a fight that we're going to continue to see for the months to come, and it's probably just going to get a little more bitter.
All right, Carol Lee for us. Carol, thank you so much. And now to the latest on the war in Ukraine and the hard-hit city of Mariupol.
New evacuation efforts are underway there, but not at that steel plant where the elderly, women, and children have been hiding in a bunker for weeks now. Buses have been taking some civilians to safety, where they have described the horrors that they've experienced underground. All the while, Russia is still launching attacks on that steel plant. The Kremlin is denying that its forces stormed the facility. Some Ukrainian fighters have stayed back to try to defend the last remaining stronghold in Mariupol.
We are also learning that Russia could also soon be dealt a pretty major economic blow. The head of the European Union is pushing for a ban on all imports.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here. So breaking news, EU had calls for ban on Russian oil imports. That's breaking news. And it looks like we got Republican senators. They're holding a press conference on economy. So this is moving the market.
Amounts of capital, knowledge of agriculture.
This is moving the market. Let's tune in and see what they're saying.
Out of control. And it's people of modest means who are being hit the hardest. It's senior citizens on fixed incomes. It's the working families that Joe Biden spent decades addressing from the floor of the United States Senate. He was the working man president. That's what he aspired to be. I think that's what he was elected to be. But his agenda has fallen well short of even his supporters' expectations. 94%, Mr. President, are upset or concerned about inflation. And yet the Green New Deal is not off the table. They're still talking about passing a Build Back Better bill that would throw more money into our economy, chasing the same number of goods and services. If he needs a briefing on Economics 101, I remain available. This is out of control. These rising prices, we know, are a direct result of policy choices made by the President of the United States, by Chuck Schumer, by leaders of the Democratic Party. I sat in the Oval Office in the earliest days of this administration, and I warned the President of the United States and his economic advisor, Brian Deese, that this would lead to inflation. They not only ignored me, they said I was wrong. Mr. President, I was right. 94% of America are right to be concerned, and you're right to be concerned about the November elections. In Terre Haute, Indiana, we saw a local food bank recently had a 40% increase in visitors during the month of April. I don't know what the Democratic Party stands for anymore, but the Republican Party stands for those Hoosiers. The Republican Party has better answers for those Hoosiers. The Republican Party understands that if we don't get inflation under control, things are only going to get worse for Hoosier families.
So I think we all know the numbers. Inflation's at 8.5%. It's gone up every month. Joe Biden has been in office. The producer price index is more than that. We've seen interest rates going up. We saw a reduction in GDP, which shocked everybody, down 1.4%. And we see the Biden administration basically does nothing. Secretary Raimondo from Commerce testified last week, and I asked her what she was doing on inflation. She said, "Oh, that's the Federal Reserve's problem." I asked Pete Buttigieg what he was doing, didn't have an answer. You listen to the Biden administration, they have no plan. They have no plan to deal with inflation. If you wanted to fix inflation, here's the things you would do. Number one, you'd become energy independent. It's one of the biggest costs we have, not just for consumers, but for businesses all across the country. You've got to do that. You've got to fix the supply chain. You've got to make it easier for businesses to get started.
Should the Nixon administration be
So I watched my mom struggle. I grew up in a poor family. She struggled to put food on the table with 5 kids. Now here's the stories you're getting out of Florida. We have way more people going to food banks that had never been to a food bank before because the food costs have just skyrocketed. We have small businesses that can't get their products now, and so they're having to shut their doors. We have restaurants that have seen their cost structure go up so much. We have, as a result of federal policies that have given people incentive not to work, we have many businesses that can't hire enough people to make a profit. So this is all under Joe Biden. This all happened in the last year and a half. He could fix it, but he has no interest in fixing. And as far as I can tell, whether it's Secretary of Commerce not doing anything, Secretary of Transportation not doing anything, and I've got Mayorkas speaking this afternoon about the border. That's not getting fixed. So we have a crisis, and we have got to fix this because as my colleague said, it's the poorest families, it's people on fixed income. They get hurt the most. If you're wealthy, your assets go up in value, that doesn't hurt you. But if you're trying to make ends meet and you see your costs go up 8.5%, 10%, and your wages not going up that fast, which they're not in this country, it's really having an impact, not just on the poor, but also those that are not seeing their income go up at all because they're on fixed income.
Bidenomics are the single biggest threat to pursuit of the American dream by middle and lower income families in America today. We actually know what works when it comes to economics because we've had this experiment, this laboratory of democracy known as the states. In Texas from 2010 to 2020, we saw 4 million people added to our population. I think people from New York moved to Florida. People from out west in California moved to Texas. But people actually can vote with their feet when the economies of their states and the policies of their states strangle their aspirations and opportunities to pursue their dreams. And what's so important about that is that when your policies welcome job creators, people who will actually create then an opportunity for workers to earn a livelihood and put food on their table. That is an essential element. Those are essential elements of the American dream. But unfortunately, loyal Americans can't flee national or federal economic policies under Joe Biden. I think most people thought in the 2020 election they were going to get the real Joe Biden and maybe Joe Biden middle of the road economic policies. But what they got were Bernie Sanders and AOC's and the Squad's economic policies. Oh, by the way, they call themselves democratic socialists, which is actually an oxymoron. Their policies are not democratic, they are socialist. Redistribution of wealth, high regulation, bigger government, and a worse standard of living for the American people.
Joe Biden came into office with an economy that was strong and in the process of roaring back after the pandemic. One after the other, he implemented policies that were nothing short of disastrous. Joe Biden has been very, very good for billionaires. He's been very, very good for the elites in Manhattan and San Francisco. But if you're a young person, Joe Biden has been a disaster for you. If you're Hispanic, Joe Biden has been a disaster. If you're African American, Joe Biden has been a disaster. If you're a blue collar union member, Joe Biden has been a disaster. If you're a suburban mom, Joe Biden has been a disaster. And it's not a coincidence that every group I just listed is moving Republican sharply. Young people, Hispanics, African Americans, blue collar union members, suburban moms, all of them are moving Republican. It's why in November we're going to see South Texas turn red. It's been a Democratic stronghold for over 100 years. But the people of South Texas are getting killed by Bidenomics. What is Joe Biden's economic plan? Well, it turns out putting socialists in charge of the economy is really bad for the economy, and it's really bad for working men and women. It means galloping inflation. The cost of everything goes up. Cost of electricity, the cost of lumber, the cost of rent, the cost of buying your home, the cost of buying a car, and as we all know, the cost of gasoline. Every one of them has gone up and up and up and up. And what does Joe Biden do? Well, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, he just laughs away wearing his tuxedo. Because you know what? Biden doesn't pay for the fuel on Air Force One. Nancy Pelosi doesn't pay for the fuel on the private jet that takes her back and forth to San Francisco. John Kerry doesn't pay for the fuel on his private jet as he travels the world lecturing everyone that they need to consume less. If you're a senior citizen right now and you're on a fixed income, every single bill you face has gone up. If you're a single mom with 3 or 4 kids, working a couple of jobs, all of your costs have gone up. If you're a dad trying to think about, all right, how do we afford braces for our 14-year-olds? All of those prices have gone up. And there is a cause and effect. When you spend trillions of dollars, when you borrow trillions of dollars, when you print money like it's going out of style, and when you combine that with an assault from regulators shutting down businesses, ordering shutdowns, assaulting energy production, oil and gas production in the United States, which drives the cost of energy up for everyone, which drives the cost of everything else up for everyone. And then when you put in place a cabinet that is AWOL, the Secretary of Transportation in the middle of the greatest supply chain crisis of our lives, went on paternity leave and was nowhere to be found. 2 years ago, most people didn't know much about our supply chain, didn't ever really focus on the fact that we had a supply chain until Biden and the socialists came in and screwed it up. And the people who are hurting is working men and women. We know we can do better under President Trump. We cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we saw the lowest unemployment in 50 years. We saw the lowest African American unemployment ever recorded. We saw the lowest Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. We saw the lowest unemployment for young people in 70 years. We saw the lowest unemployment for women in 70 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Socialists and the Democratic Party took all of that and screwed it up. And the working men and women of America are paying the price.
Okay, we've got time for a couple of quick questions. Yeah.
You laid out all the ways you blame Democrats and President Biden for driving inflation up, but Congress gives the Federal Reserve the mandate to stabilize prices. What, if any, blame do you put on the Fed for not acting sooner?
Well, I'll speak for myself. I have been a persistent critic of the Fed. I think they took way too long to acknowledge the problem with inflation, to change course. But as Randy Quarles, a former Fed governor, recently pointed out, President Biden contributed to this problem also. He delayed the decision as to who would be the next chairman way past any previous president making this decision in terms of the governor's cycle, and kind of had the effect of probably freezing the Fed board to some degree. That was completely unnecessary. But by far the biggest factor is just the massive overspending. I don't know of a case where a government can engage in the kind of wild, excessive, unnecessary spending and not have inflation
emerge as a problem.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in on this too.
Sure.
Sorry. Just the Fed dual mandate, as you know from Congress, is price stability and unemployment rate. That's their mandate. It's one of the most powerful institutions in the whole world. That's their mandate. That's their job. One of the other elements that the Federal Reserve has now been taking up as a mandate is climate change. And in my view, it's a backdoor way to choke off capital to the energy sector. So the Fed, by taking this on, you saw one of these nominees from the president who's seems like her primary focus was going to be on choking off capital to the energy sector, not price stability or unemployment. She, fortunately, in my view, was not confirmed by the U.S. Senate. But when the Fed and its Republican and Democrat nominees are now taking on this broader mandate, A, it's not their statutory mandate, but B, it goes to this energy issue that we're all talking about. It goes to the same problem. Other agencies who don't have a mandate, Comptroller of the Currency is another example, who all of a sudden think their mandate is to choke off capital to the American energy sector. It's not their mandate. And the Federal Reserve, that's part of their problem. And I think it's also contributing to inflation as it relates to energy prices.
Yes, the Federal Reserve waited too late. But we're not going to get control of 8.5% in rising inflation without making changes both to monetary policy and fiscal policy. I think the Federal Reserve now understands the mistake it made. It's scaling back quantitative easing, and clearly they're raising interest rates. But you know what? The executive branch of the United States Congress need to do their part too. Here's what we have: a budget. We need to freeze it. We've got a budget. I'm not talking about shutting down government. We've got a budget. We need to freeze all new spending except for defense. And if you poll the members of the United States Congress, they'll say, "That's a great idea. Great idea." But then if you say, "But you understand that means you can't spend outside your budget." I mean, I'll give you an example. Do we need more money for COVID? The experts in the Biden administration say we do. But when you ask them, well, why don't you just repurpose some of the COVID money that we haven't spent? They say, no. We need new money. That adds to inflation. We have a crisis at the border. It's going to get worse, folks. You watch. In the next 2 months, the Biden administration is going to say we need new spending for border security. And the cherry on the banana split is the big tech giveaway bill, the so-called China competitive bill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It is 12:31 p.m. It's Wall Street lunch break. As you can see, the Republican senators here are bashing Biden and the economy right now and inflation. We do got the Fed decision coming out at 2 p.m. Seems to me like they know something that we don't. Their faces is telling it all. Look at his face. But let's tune back in here. You guys enjoy your lunch. Remember to be back before, at least definitely before 2 p.m. But we'll be back here live at about 1:30 p.m. So 30 minutes before the decision, you guys. Enjoy your lunch. We're going to let this ride out, and then we're going to lunch. The market is mixed up here.
Unless you parachuted in from another planet. We worked hard in the infrastructure bill. I didn't vote for it because it wasn't infrastructure. And I'm not going to buy a car to get the cup holders. But one of the good provisions in that bill was to reform NEPA. Now the Biden administration is turning that totally upside down. That's going to add extraordinary costs and burdens to business women and businessmen across America. I spoke too long. I'm sorry. I'm done. That's right. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So Joe Manchin agrees with you guys on all of these things. He's putting together a bipartisan group to try to do something to both increase domestic fossil fuel production as well as do something on the climate. Is there a chance to do for Congress to use that to legislate something that would actually have a real impact here this year, or is it you guys are just more focused on you got to change the Congress to do it real?
Well, as for myself, I'm deeply skeptical that we're going to get to something that would make sense that I could support. I don't know if you wanted to say something.
I mean, we've talked about it, but I was in the meeting Monday, and it's a good faith effort to try to get to some kind of compromise. To me, the most constructive element of that discussion, which I think has some potential, is this issue of NEPA reform. In addition to what was done, as Senator Kennedy mentioned, in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the vast majority of Republicans and Democrats, you go ask a mayor or a governor, it doesn't matter what party they're in, they know that what's really holding us back, whether you want solar, wind, oil, gas, mining, roads, bridges, is a broken permitting system. It's killing us. And, it takes on average 5, 6, 7, 8 years to permit a bridge in America. Other industrialized democracies, Germans, Japanese, EU, Canada, no one has that problem the way we do. So I think there is but there's a good opportunity here, because whatever you want to get done in this country, whether it's more renewables, more natural gas, more oil, more roads, more bridges, more ports, if you don't reform the broken NEPA system, you're not going to get anywhere. In the meeting on Monday, I don't want to speak for other senators, but a vast majority of the time was spent on this topic, and I think there's possible room as a core compromise area, getting on NEPA, which is killing our ability to build stuff in America.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to ask, how do you all plan to keep voters engaged on inflation headed into the midterms, especially as Democrats pivot away towards things now like abortion rights?
Well, again, I'll speak for myself. It's not a matter of keeping voters engaged. I don't have any constituents who are not concerned about inflation. And it's from the minute you get in your car and begin on your way to work or school or wherever you're going, you are reminded continuously with gas prices, and everything you do manifests the huge problem with inflation. So that's not a political challenge for us. That's something we're going to be hearing from our constituents. Okay, last question.
About that, last week, House and Senate Democratic leaders unveiled their plans that they say will lower fuel costs by holding big oil accountable for what they say is market manipulation and profiteering for inflation. When you have any response to
Yeah,
they also accuse Republicans of being impossible.
Yeah, this goes back. I'm going to defer to my colleague from Texas, but this goes back to the completely laughable idea that all of a sudden corporate America became greedy. Must have been very, very generous before Biden's inflation broke out. And I guess they expect that corporate America will become generous again. But in the meantime, it's corporate greed that's driving inflation. It's one of the most ridiculous ideas they've come up with.
So Democrats think the American people are stupid. Joe Biden campaigned promising to shut down oil and gas drilling on federal lands. He stood there on the campaign trail and promised to do that. His first day in office, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline, destroyed 11,000 jobs, 8,000 of them union jobs with a stroke of a pen. That would have been bringing about 800,000 barrels a day of crude oil from our friend and neighbor Canada to the United States, which would have made a real difference right now. Also, in the opening days of his administration, he halted all new federal leases on federal lands. Both onshore and offshore, together federal lands comprise 25% of U.S. oil and gas production. Biden shut down new leases. On top of that, he halted development in ANWR, the incredibly petroleum-rich, very small region of Alaska that could be providing for our needs. He halted it altogether. On top of that, the Biden SEC is actively leaning in to cut off equity capital for oil and gas exploration for American energy. On top of that, virtually every banking regulator Biden has put forward has pledged to wage a war on energy and to cut off debt financing for oil and gas production. Biden and the Democrats told you they were going to destroy American energy production, and they've implemented dozens of policies directly to do that, and it has produced that effect. In 2019, the U.S. oil production was roughly 13 million barrels a day. It dropped to 11.5 now. That's why prices are high. And so Democrats, faced with a choice of do they reverse their policies and actually allow American producers to produce, or do they try to demagogue and lie? They're looking for a bad guy. They think the American people are dumb, so they say, well, the bad guy are these oil companies. You know what? The oil companies were greedy 2 years ago. The oil companies were greedy when gas was $2 a gallon. Everybody in business is greedy. Free enterprise counts on that to drive the prices down. The people telling you this are socialists, and they believe the voters are stupid. The voters aren't stupid. You know, the single most powerful organic political manifestation we've seen the past year are these little bitty stickers that show up on gas pumps all over the country with a picture of Joe Biden pointing to the price, saying, I did that. The American people get it, and the Democrats, it's a clown show. The Democrats want you to believe these big oil companies have all of this oil they can drill for and make money, but they don't want to right now. They're just saying, nope, never mind. I'll tell you, I was out in Midland a couple of weeks ago, the Permian Basin, incredibly rich basin with oil and gas. You know what the guys there told me? They said, look, we're trying to drill as much as we can, but we can't get a permit to put the pipeline in. And we can't get funding because they've cut off debt funding and equity funding. And when you go to a bank, Wall Street's cut them off because the Biden administration is pressing Wall Street to say, don't fund any exploration. And then Jen Psaki stands at the podium and says, well, gosh, they're just refusing to drill. This is their intended consequence. It's what Biden wants. It's what Schumer wants. It's what Pelosi wants. It's certainly what Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and AOC want. And the people getting screwed are the single mom driving to work each day and spending $100 to fill up her minivan. Are the Hispanic oil field worker in South Texas driving his truck to get filled up and paying $150 to fill up his truck. That's who's paying the price, and that's why November, it's not just going to be a wave, it is going to be a tsunami. Thank you.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's out time. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the best land. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Whole ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? And got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket, say jiggin', finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing, your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these best. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some fucks, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna blow a nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cry, that's when I gotta up a nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Oh boy, you ain't going up, nigga. Right, going up, nigga. Right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, from I thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your lie. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Well, right. This busy chase a bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that film. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent, you gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real, you always show me phony. It's just reality now, my shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it, your family gonna have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it, so play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it, then that's when rag home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up, man, I don't give a fuck, bruh. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah. Finesse, finesse.
Yeah, QT man.
Finesse, finesse, finesse. One right, go busy. Finesse, hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Hey, can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Ain't nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chili cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 One rap. Go spizzy. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. Come on, go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options. Who wanna pay? I gotta flip. I gotta save. I'm in a beamer. I wanna rave. I got some tricks. I gotta trade. I gotta put bets. Your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess. A nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book. A nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks. All I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power. Got me feeling great. Stock market stupid. Police going crazy. I be in the booth. Trying to find a way. I be in the trap. Trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep on. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money. Let the money, make the money, make the money. Just let this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one ride. One rap, go spit. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got ashes, I got paid. I got ashes, I got paid. I got ashes, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got ashes, I got played. I got ashes, I got played. I got ashes, let's play. I got ashes, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running it up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just spending money, spending money, spending money. Let the money, make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watching brother niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brothers, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Right can stay open, so I'm on the move. Slow with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. If he cross in the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Say they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, yeah, yo. I say, yeah, yo. Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking it, bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G. Or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's a B, that's a fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water judge, yeah. But niggas always running up their body train. Whip. When you give a fuck about nothing you do. Nah. Living Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you're told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, said this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Some of all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill buzz Lexus, enough to go around. Hey, chill buzz, let the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Else, benefit, camera, finesse, over, ayy, LCALD, over, OD, stick to the truth, I cannot lie, can't lie, the day that I lie, is the day I'm gon' die, wait, hold up, we gon' die, I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God, ayy, stick to the truth, I cannot lie, the day that I lie, is the day I'm gon' die, wait, hold up, we gon' die, I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God, I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front, yeah, so I know when niggas front, quit playing with me, this ain't what you want, ayy, little in the dirt, this ain't what you want, if you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you, I'm a prophet, I can see the future too, that's why I be higher than the full moon, and I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn.
Can you tell that shit? Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't believe that you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really with I ain't do that. I ain't never say. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Feel like this, 100 and a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned through. What's up, bro? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They see bitches fucking play. If I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Who the fuck is you? I'ma lose. Screaming that jungle and out. And in the swamps in the gators, mouth clover. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no. I say I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no way. I do better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she gonna suck. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey,
Yeah, it's Leonard P. Fuck all these hating ass niggas out here, man. You gotta think, if they hating, you doing something right. So keep whatever it is you doing, keep it up. Good job. You wanna keep them hating.
DJ Goldie.
Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but the more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought? I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no handouts over here, you get roped. You get hung, left by yourself. If you ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating, but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably their best skill. Flow so fucking cold, hard not to catch chills. Money going over, you can call that treadmill. Somebody tell El Burner I need another refill. Everything ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grits. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
DJ Goldie.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pie. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. Then she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said, let's go for a ride. She said, park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride, so the pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy, slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Feeling switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her over, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. Tell your girlfriends they ain't gotta cosign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pie. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
They go to $20 contract fast if we go below 400.
It's letter P. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. Still they ain't fake it, but they fed when they was hungry. Niggas might them good on them and stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. Still they ain't been fake it, but they fed when they was hungry. Niggas might them good on them and stand on their own. I ain't no little boy, I'm grown. You run your mouth, marathon. Talk too much, I'm steady off my lawn. And shit get ugly like the movie Spawn. I'm up, I'm on, I'm up on. You niggas sweet, sweeter than cinnamon. You haters blocking, baby, bonbons. I'm selling goods like Amazon. They want my level, but I'm way beyond. Your every wish is only God's command. True. They taking trips and stepping flying to Finland. Y'all thinking local, I'm thinking to expand. These girls might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing that component. See when they act the fucking public, they said when they was hungry. Yeah, nigga, my family good on there, we can stand on our own. suspicious if they change and acting phony. See them acting fake and public, but they don't ever was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. I'ma get money forever, stack it up and hide it like a treasure. My money long, you can't even measure. The money short, getting less and less on. Acting fake in public, those are signs of error. Bad vibes away, don't be a home wrecker. Sleep, listen, get your ass put on a stretch. Something smart, clever, cause it's a cold world, even with a sweater. People only hate cause they be jealous and want success for themselves, that's selfish. So don't say you kill when your actions so careless. The niggas might be suspect, these niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they change and acting phony. See them reacting fake in public, but they don't act as holy. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, these niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they change and acting phony. See them reacting fake in public, but they don't act as holy. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own.
DJ Goldie.
He's back.
Everything is mine. Yeah. Whatever I want, it's gonna be mine. Cause I seen the grapevine. And these niggas still sink kind. Hating on me. Hating on me. I'm litty. To the T. It ain't no turning down, not for me. I am going up, I'm living spiritually. On the high sprout, the high route. I've been here, I was there, so I was here before. Don't tell me no, don't tell me that I'm wrong, don't tell me that I'm older. I just want the money. Niggas gonna hate, but they ain't getting money. And niggas gonna laugh, but I'm like, what the fuck is funny? These niggas don't rap, so why waste the time? Hey, why waste the time? They mummies. She said, you was so smart. I got it in my zone, now she play her part. I said I got it in my zone, and now she play her part. Call it auto start. Push the fucking start. Gotta go, I'm late. Call me Leonard Tardy. Oh, kush me like it farted. I ain't got no charger. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a starter. Ha, I'm lying, I always fucking started.
time, I always played varsity. Dropping dimes when niggas hating, getting high. Hey, Leonard P. D. Pluto on the beat. DDP, let's go. My pack don't sell out. Serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. It'll knock you down like Pacquiao. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. $1 million jump shot. I just scraped it from the pot. Shooting a video with a lot of niggas don't think it really tough. 30 took by my lonely. I don't think you really know me. I don't hang with your homies. You was just a jabroni. You was talking to the vibes. Luke Cage with the chopper. Shout out to my amigos. I'm the guy of the sky. Fly shit when I go out. Fuck it up, head on my shoulders. I just turned down a little hole. You dripping right about me. I had to boss my life up, change a few chase pieces. I used to knock niggas out before we knock niggas out. You don't really wanna pop, money made with the hands. I really take advance. I really take advance. My pack don't sell out. I'm serving nigga like right now. My pack so strong, it'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I'm serving nigga like right now. My pack so strong, no flicks, knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 It ain't no more safe house. Watch your homie hit damn mouse. If they ain't hook get trapped, then you get trapped. Stop smoking on that shit pack. Curtis Dookie, smell like crap. My pack so strong, you'll feel it in your skull cap. I got what you need. Come and get it ASAP. I'll be so high, I'm not coming back. I'll be so strapped like Rambo with a backpack. I made it out the hole just like a halfback. The eyes are in my favor to win like blackjack. Try to take if you want. Get your whole wig split. My niggas ain't playing it. I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out.
DJ Goldie.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we are back from lunch. I ain't got my horn. I ain't have my horn ready on site, so I had to make the noise. My bad. But, ladies and gentlemen, screen's a little delayed here. It's loading. I was trying to get my horn, man. I was just trying to get my horn. So our phones are charged here. We can start unplugging. You got switches everywhere. Which one do you need? Where are they? Shit, looks like it went away. I was just trying to get my horn. I can't get my horn? Dang. Wonderful lunch, though. Wonderful lunch. Just chilling, man. Getting ready. A decision approaching us. Countdown has begun. We got 26 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, let's check with the overall market. See what color we're in. We're in the green, you guys. The Dow is up 34%. The S&P 500 is up 29%. The Nasdaq is up about 5%. The Russell 2000 is down about 52%. The VIX is down about 1.85% at $28.71. So the volatility looks like it's leaving the market. But, oh, that could be those MMs tricking you, and they'll spike it here. So it could just be a VIX cool-off, but it could be a VIX sell-off. We don't know. I don't know. We're going to find out. Fair decision. Not me, not mine. Not my decision. Market's relying on fair decision. So this is what it is, you guys. That's what it has been the whole time. We warned you. We told you here live. LCOD. All week. Today's a big day. It's payday. The long urge and the being, you know, being just, you knew something was coming soon. It's about to happen, you guys. And with that being said, let's go ahead and go over best stocks to know by heart. Price to gross profit, a way to compare growth stocks that have different margins here. Some names are Block. They report tomorrow after hours. PayPal has already reported. Netflix has already reported. Teladoc, Kathy Woods got a lot with this to do with this stock. A lot of people like it. But it's just going with their price to gross profit there. That's why you see those numbers, 31.21. Spotify, Etsy reports today after the bell. Etsy reports today after the bell, you guys. So that's going to be a good one as far as retail. They got a little 17.38 price to gross profit. And a way to compare growth stocks that have different margins. So you guys, meaning, you know, some of these stocks can get margin call during their earnings or whatever, you know, because that's just what it is. That's what that means. Price to gross profit, a way to compare growth stocks that have different margins. So basically these stocks, you know, all of them, you know, they're unique in their own different way, and they can margin out to whatever expansion they feel the need they can do. So that's what these the best stocks to know by heart. They always usually they get different margin calls throughout the year. So just be on the lookout for them. I think Etsy recently just had one, if I ain't mistaken. Etsy recently just had one. With their earnings like 3 months ago, they like went from $100 to like 140, 150, if I'm not mistaken. And it came back down. You see where it's at now. So they got earnings after the bell. So we'll see about Etsy. And we'll just see. But yo, you guys. Let's get into the LCLD word of the day. Let's go ahead and do it now because we want to be all in focus. AMD jumps after beating on top and bottom lines. That's the headlines. Whoa. Whoa. Y'all ain't gonna believe this one, you guys. The word of today is, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and the word of today is prize. P-R-I-Z-E. Prize. Noun. A reward for winning a contest. Verb, to cherish, to hold dear. Let me run that back. A reward for winning a contest. To cherish, to hold dear. You guys following with me? Fair decision, 2 p.m. It sounds like a prize coming to me. It sounds like a reward for winning the contest to me. Who can hold the longest? Who got the most patience? It sounds like that's the type of situation going on to me. It says here, to cherish. Ooh, you win big, right? Everybody want profit. Everybody want to make money. Everybody want enough money to do what they want to do, right? Huh? Prize, right? They want to. You better cherish. To cherish. To hold dear. You know? You need to cherish when and if you do make money in this market today. You need to cherish that. You need to hold it dearly. Because there's a real thing out there, you guys. It's called capital gains tax. There's a real thing out there called tax in general. There's a real thing out there called inflation. So when you get a prize, you need to cherish right now in these hard, trying times. Oh, y'all not hearing me. The word of the day, ladies and gentlemen, with LCAOD is prize, P-R-I-Z-E. A reward for winning a contest. Feels like the market here. We're all in contest trying to profit for our own good. To pay our bills, take care of ourselves, take care of our kids, take care of our livelihoods. A reward for winning a contest, verb, to cherish. If you win a prize, whenever you do, whenever the time may come for you, a prize is going to come your way. If it dates back to yesterday, if you have patience with that urge, you date back to Monday, you must know it's coming soon. You must believe in that. The prize is on its way. And when it comes there and when it gets to you, you cherish. You hold it dearly. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, y'all don't hear me though. Y'all hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stop Working Live with LCAOD. That is the word of the day. Prize. Oh man, we got Jerome Powell coming up here at about 48 minutes. He's going to be speaking at 2:30 p.m. The statement drops at 2 p.m. We're going to tune into another streamer, another analyst, a homie of mine, mentor, good friend, friend of distance. He doesn't even know me, but cool guy. Like I said, he trained from distance. But this guy's real, man. He's he's real cool, real down to earth, and like I said, trained me from distance. He doesn't even know it, but that's how I kind of started understanding the market better, because he just always kept it truthful and kept it real. He keep the information coming in the fastest. He's sharp. He legit. Now I wouldn't get into doing what he does. He always tells us that anyway. He say that to everybody. Don't do what he do, and I'll tell that to y'all too on my stream here. Don't do what I do. Is, you know what I'm saying? That go back to my description here. It's live coverage. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, you guys. This is live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, you guys, this is LCAOD. You get it? You get it? You understanding it? You following through here with it? Good. So 50 basis point hike expected from FOMC meeting. That's expected 50 basis point hikes. So it's expected 50. So if it's more than that, it's probably going to crash. The market going to get bad here today. You see what I'm saying? If it's less than that, it might get a little bullish. It might start picking back up here from them highs back in March. Think about it like that. That's what's about to happen here, you guys. There's no in between. There's no, I don't know, he's not right, or it might. I'm telling you, that's what's going on. That's what the anticipation is about. Tighten up here. Focus. The direction is coming. It's about to be confirmed. Don't jump the gun too soon. Stay calm. Stay relaxed. hear it all out. Let it digest in your system. You might not want to buy into this yet or sell into this yet. You might want to just let it really digest and play itself out. It's going to be a lot of volatility here, kick in here shortly in about 15 minutes, you guys. We're going to take a quick break here in 5. We'll be back before then. We're going to pull up the other mentor. He's going to pull up as soon as the statement drop at 2 p.m. I'm going to let him read it through, skim through it, and then we're going to wait for Powell to talk. And then when Powell talks, boom, they're going to quote him. We're going to see what's going on. Markets will be moving by then. So get ready here, you guys. The time is now. If you ain't know, now you know. They're about to get the printers rolling here, you guys. It's payday. You got to do something here. Enough is enough. People have been struggling quite a while here, about 2 months going on. So it's something got to give. Something got to give here for a little bit of time, you know. But we're going to see here. We're going to let them decide that. This is their decision. They're about to let us know. You guys be cautious, be patient. We'll be right back.
Damn, bro. Oh, but they say he need a thing, you know, so he need to call, you know, pick up. Yeah, bro, you need to call Stunner, bro. Call this man, bro. He with a female. In a concert, he might be in a movie. He's still in the trap with them little niggas. Bro, call this man. They say they trying to turn up the night too, bro. Call Stunner, bro. We need this, bro.
Yeah. You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game and it's taking? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face weed. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
You need to connect on them pounds. Call Stunner, fucking with lil' bro. Ran my bands up, now my pocket's dumber. Y'all just keep eye, think they ballin' like they Stunner. Rollin' big dope, make me choke. I pulled up before, call Stunner, they on 4. Earn strikes like Adidas, but get you some more. Just left the plug, we eatin' for sure. Like KD, high surf, straight 5. Head in the bell, my nigga thuggin', serving straight pies. What my shirt's worth, you would think I'm Jesus. My K808, break hearts, I ain't easy. Break it like Reese Peace. All the small talking, man, tell me what you need, bitch. We ain't playing love, bro, got it if you need. Having broadcasts a light long, call Stunner, turn up. Call Stunner, turn up.
You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game and it's taking? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face with. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
Bitch, you better call Stunner. I'm a ganja monster, eat a slug, baby. Told her back up, get the top, cause this bitch she love it. Told her back up, get the top, cause this bitch she love it. That's my little brother, bitch, he is a brother. It's like a big brother, cut that motherfucker. Gritty Gucci, hold him on my brothers. Pull up in 4 Vegas, somebody come out there and slap you. Lick your ass like I didn't know that. Fuck with them boys gon' blow that. So get back before we be clap, pop out, we ain't with the chit-chat. But it's ass and it's this with shit, man. Tell your ass we ain't with that. I know the supposed to straight, gotta get that. Gotta get that. Skirt on the mission. Forever, bitch, we winning. On the competition, ever, bitch, we winning. On the competition, bitch, I'm winning. With my niggas.
Call Stunner. Hey, call Stunner. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. And tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you.
Can't lose, little shawty, keep it real as fuck. Been with me, I was down, now I'm building up. Too much shit on her mind, I can tell she down. By go, y'all bad when she in the bag. She told me I was numb last night in the jack. It don't feel the same, but I cut the same. Got my mind fucked up, now I'm switching lanes. To the crib, boom, everybody shoot the brains. Cupid. My love like a fucking Uzi. I beat it up, put it in a gun. I'm dangerous, but I fucking need a love. I need it, yeah. Said I need a love. I cannot lose, I bought and I won. Bought me Jimmy Choo's, I live like a dog. She promised me one. Put it on the sun, yeah. She promised me one. Bought me Jimmy Choo's, I live like a dog. I cannot lose, I bought and I won. I bought and I won. Bitch.
Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you.
I cannot lose you.
I don't wanna lose you.
I cannot lose you. I cannot lose you. Little mama, Allie, who the plays is why I fuck with her. And she hold me down. She got her head straight. When she get paid, I get paid. That's just to show that she love me. Really be popping that bubbly. Really be popping that bubbly. She really just flooded my wrist. Chain on bliss. Water down her wrist. Bad bitch, just she stuck on my hip. Riding through the hood, flipping the whips. You niggas playing, we chasing them chips. Your mama called me the other day. Told me pull up. I said, girl, that shit is a risk. Out of town, out of state. New pack. On the way. Just touchdown. On the way. Plug call, say he on the way. We out of here, chasing this cake, chasing this guava. No time for playing, you know I'm the top shot.
Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. He got them arrows, cause I don't wanna lose you. I ain't tryna lose you, darling. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. I'm in the city though. Hold if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no joke. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Hold if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no joke. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. Yeah, touch me, you getting touched, nigga. You know my guns gon' bust. Bags smell like mush. I ain't got no rush. And I don't really trust none, yeah. Cause they show me they ain't care. And they show me they ain't with us. So I just kept it moving on them in that foreign skirt, nigga. Yeah, turn it up on these bitch niggas. Yeah, and for their own. They just pass me to my niggas. Yeah, and we gritty. And we Gucci. Yeah, we both. Don't you see the movie? I ain't gotta show or prove it. Yeah, half of y'all niggas losing. I'm in the city though. Port if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no drone. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you get touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. What if I'm moving slow? Gucci don't smoke no drug. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you get touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. What if I'm moving slow? Gucci don't smoke no drug. We Gucci don't need no coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you get touched. It ain't no such and such.
I don't know nothing about nothing, nigga. I was out of town when they ass got a new dealer take on the J. Fuck the nigga, shoot him in his head. Bam, fall, bitch. Got a new girl, new Molly, new world. Take her out, now she wanna fuck, she my new girl. Ayy, get the cake up, run it to the bank. Got a smile on my face, 24K. When I smile, bitches wanna run, it's a race. All the nigga, what the fuck you thought? Press the shit out. What the fuck you thought? I'm in the city, dealer take. New Jag, whip it up. All white, black guts, got the red bone sitting in the front. All white, black guts, got the red bone sitting in the front. Yeah, ballin', ballin', ballin'. Say I'm in the city, bitch. And I just broke my wrist. I bought my girl some new shit. So she wanna suck my dick in the city though. Hold up for moving slow. OG don't smoke no drug. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Hold up for moving slow. OG don't smoke no drug. We Gucci don't need no coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such.
All right. All right. All right. 4 minutes, you guys. Market is about to shift here. You're about to see volatility kick in like you haven't seen all day due to the FOMC statement. It's about to get released to the public. It's either about to get really bullish or really bearish. I'm thinking they'll probably end up playing it both sides here. I don't know which way first, obviously, but I'm thinking both ways, and then it digests, and then they make the move. Usually how they do it, but I could be wrong. They could just get straight to it here right at 2 p.m. to 2:30 and until close, man. I mean, we're about to find out. We're going to go ahead and tune into the other analysts here and get ready to get the statement heard here. He's going to get it right at 2 p.m. We're going to tune in to him. 3 minutes, you guys. It's time. Time to focus. Good luck, everybody. LCALD. Seeing a spike here already right now. The spot's going straight up here. Might be starting early.
The driver of energy prices either, but a direct result of higher rates is higher inflation initially, as though homes weren't already too expensive. Monthly payments, CHK activist chatter. I have not verified. I'm in Fed mode right now. CHK popping off that. Chesapeake Energy wasn't Icon. I think he was in there. CHK activist chatter. I have not verified, but it's popping. Chesapeake. I'm not seeing it just yet. Signals, oil and gas. It's not coming across the wire just yet. So be careful with that one. That one is unconfirmed. SPY is hitting a highs coming into it. We got 2 minutes. The puts went up, or no, the puts went down. Calls have almost up 100%. So, Chad, let's see what's about to happen here. Again, I think that might be it. There's a couple more, but we got a lot. The Fed will rise 50 basis points. This is Janet Gardy, Chief Economic Managing Director of Robertson. It's priced in. They might as well. Assumptions are being made all over the place that consumers will continue to spend more. This ignores a possible, if not probable, response to inflation driven by consumer concern and dissatisfaction. So, Chad, it's coming in, baby. I hope you're ready. You got about 1 minute remaining. Here it is. This is a historic one. We're probably going to get the double rate hike. Let's see how everybody responds, and we will get you an update if we could get a breakdown on the 50-50. If we could get a breakdown with the wording. Right now, people are going to look at the wording. Again, I'll get you the updates, but really biggest moves are going to be the computers, and then you're going to get these analysts start interpreting very quickly. So keep your eye on it. Get ready, Chad. Good luck. I hope you finalized it. You got 30 seconds, baby. Welcome to history. Welcome to history. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Oh, man. Here it is, a little pop and lock. What else should we get? Let me get some Facebook. Let me get some banks on here, man. We need some banks on here. This is it. This is it, baby. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2,
Statement
1, and
statement out.
initial rise. We're getting a little pop. HYG's going up. That's the first thing I'm noticing right now off of this. You're getting a big move there. Watch TLT, the bonds. First move is a pop. They expect ongoing increase will be appropriate for rates. They say they're highly attentive to inflation risk. They raise 50 basis points and start June runoff June 1st. Balance sheet runoff confirmed. So they've confirmed that for June. That's it. Balance sheet is confirmed, and then it's going to run off to rise to maximum 95 billion after 3 months, that means they're starting slower, it looks like. So that's the early interpretation of it. 0.5 point as expected, but that's kind of good. So they're confirming balance sheet runoff for June. It looks like I think they're starting 45 billion total, and then they're going to move it up to 95. So 95 would be 45 split between, but it seems like they're starting with a slower balance sheet reduction, but they're moving towards it. They raised 50 basis points. Let's see. The runoff begins June 1st, so not as immediate launch this month. So again, they're starting in 1 month. So pretty much dovish on balance sheet reduction for now. Let me see. Is there a side-by-side? I need the side-by-side. It's kind of bullish so far. There's dovish comments. Watch what happens with the rates, though, too. Keep in mind bonds. Banks are going up, but HYG has a monster move right here. The high-yield credit, that I would definitely keep your eyes on that one. That one should have moved. It said no huge surprises. That's what some analysts are saying right now. Again, I think dovish balance sheet. The rates aren't good, but watch what happens with bonds and banks here. And then again, HYG is sticking out, but I would take a look at the tech stocks because they will definitely tell you how people are responding right now. So we're hitting there. I need to strike through. Treasury yields higher. Stocks are higher. It's a decent reaction so far. The puts went down, but the calls are kind of holding the price leading into this. So the option market's not believing it just yet, you guys. Hold on. The option market's not sold. You're not fully sold yet. Keep watching banks and then again tech too. So at least with the initial main decisions we're seeing is the Fed has telegraphed. There's a little bit of relief in equities. Their highly attentive line about inflation risk definitely gives a hawkish vibe. So some people are saying hawkish vibe. I'm getting my interpretation so far is bullish on the balance sheet just because they're not doing it immediately, and it looks like they're going to slowly taper into it more or less. You did reject 420. You're coming down right now. Now I've told this tone could change at all the bottom of the hour when the Powell begins the press brief. Popping. How do you spell popping? I spelled popping wrong for the Streamalite. I'm sending this out to them. Again, I'm thinking initially dovish. So the new info right now we know about, and that's a great question because that's what you need to be asking right now. What do we know right now between the last 3 minutes? Now we know the Fed is going to be doing balance sheet reduction at the beginning of June 1st. They're starting at a pace of 45 billion a month. And then after 3 months, they are willing to raise it up to 95 billion. And then we know that they are raising rates to 0.5 basis points, which confirms that Powell is willing to listen to what the market is pricing in. So those are the 3 things we've pretty much taken away in the last 3 or 4 minutes so far. But it's not too much. Some people are saying hawkish tone in terms of the wording that came out and what he said. But right now, I'm liking the balance sheet so far.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, that's the homie. I told you he was going to have it first. He got it right at 2 p.m. As you see that, it shifted the market here. The market's in up green here now. The Dow's up 64%. The NASDAQ's up about 42%. S&P 500 is up 60%. Fed raises rates by 0.50%. Largest move since 2000. That's breaking news that just came out. The statement is out. Now we're just waiting on Powell. He's going to be talking here in about 25 minutes. That's going to be some more anticipation there. But so far, it does look good. It did get really bullish here, but, you know, Powell can really interpret it better than the market. And then the market will really go from there. Fed to begin balance sheet roll off June 1st. That's breaking news. The market is picking up now. I'm seeing a lot of buying. Here. The market just flipped. Here's what changed in the new Fed statement. That's breaking news here. We got it pulled up. This is a comparison of Wednesday's Federal Open Market Committee statement with the one issued after the Fed's previous policymaking meeting on March 16th. Text removed from the March statement is in red with horizontal line through the middle. Text appearing for the first time in the new statement is in red and underlined. Black text appears in both statements. Okay, I see what they did. So some stuff they did take out. So they basically just like kind of what they call this rough draft. They kind of like went back and edited it. What's it called? It's called something in school. I remember. But basically, yeah, this makes sense. So they fixed some things. It looks like some things. I don't know. It's a lot of volatility. We're still in the same section here. It did just have 420.15 sit, so that's resistance. I'm guessing. It's going. It was just higher green. It's trimming about mid green now. SPY is coming back down right now. Contracts were just changing galore, but if you stay put, if you stay still, didn't do anything, you should be fine. So we got the sell signal, then we got the buy signal right at the statement, and then now it's coming back into the buy signal, you guys. So now they're going to see if someone's really supporting what just happened here. That's what's going on. If no one is supporting this, they'll take it back to that sell signal, you guys. We'll be back in the channel on the SPY here. We just got back inside the channel on the SPY. SPY is coming down now. About 417.58. SPY is coming down now, you guys. So we're below the buy signal now. So I think, like I said, remember what I said earlier, be positive and respectful, because some people read slower than others. Some people read really fast, and some people don't read at all. They're just waiting for Powell. So just be positive and respectful here. And just, I told you, it's going to be a lot of volatility. The market's going to change. SPY just tagged 416.43. That was the low here. We're starting to see the puts pick up here. SPY is coming down, though, right now. Triple Q is really coming down there in the channel here. AMD starting to sell here, too. Wait, just hang tight, have some patience. We're going to take a quick break here while we wait on Powell. We'll let the news outlets speak here, because I know they're all talking about the breaking news.
Senator, if it's overturned, Michigan could be one of 26 states where access to abortion would be heavily restricted. So where do the people of Michigan stand in all of this, and how do you feel about this?
Well, we have to look at the Michigan law. Actually, the Michigan law that would control, that's on the books right now, was written back in the 1930s. And it outlaws abortion just across the board. No abortions whatsoever. No exceptions for rape. No exceptions for incest. It's just a blanket prohibition. And so if Roe versus Wade is overturned, that law will then come back into effect. Our Republican legislature will not likely tweak with that. And just think of what that means. So this is a law from the 30s that just flat out prohibition, which means for example, if a 17-year-old girl in Michigan is raped, she will have no options whatsoever. under this law. It is
to U.S.'s economic growth here, at least in the short term?
So I think we're already beginning to see it in terms of real household income. So I mentioned balance sheets are starting off in a very strong position, but given the inflation that we're seeing, the fact that we no longer have the fiscal support that we did for the first year and a half of the pandemic, is we're getting to a more precarious position for consumers. So in some ways, the consumer position, it's only going to get weaker from here. And so I think that does bring some headwinds to growth, and is why we do expect growth to slow over the next over the remainder of this year and on into 2023 is there is that inflationary risk where, you know, households income just does not stretch as far, and that's going to weigh on your overall demand, and in many cases the global backdrop is even weaker, and so that's going to create a problem for businesses and exports as well.
You talked about being perfectly boring, RJ. What do you want to hear from the Fed chair in just about 20 minutes?
The first thing I think we want to hear is they have strong conviction to continue fighting inflation. And, you know, as bond investors, we've been investing now for well over a decade in a disinflationary world, driving real and nominal yields to very low levels. After the pandemic hit, the Fed drove rates to zero, massively expanded their balance sheet, pretty much set the tone for what we're experiencing today. We knew that inflation would become somewhat of a challenge. I think the Fed also did as well. It's proven to be much higher than the Fed forecasted or just about anybody else. So at this point, as a bond investor, you know, with the Bloomberg Aggregate Index, you know, conventionally used index of investment grade fixed income securities down almost 10% on a year-to-date basis, we've sustained our lumps. The bond market is pricing in a hawkish Fed for good reason. The highest inflation in decades needs to be resisted by the policymakers. So we want to hear Powell have that conviction yet again when he goes to the podium. To be honest, I think he and his colleagues on the FOMC have somehow dovish in tone. I think it's highly unlikely, but that would be the big surprise. And that would probably cause some consternation, might cause the yield curve to steepen. If people start to worry that the Fed is losing its conviction on its inflation fighting, then the yield curve might start to steepen out. Instead, the yield curve has been flattening now for quite some time in expectation of the policy moves that we saw today, more of which will come in future FOMC meetings, and the idea that the Fed is very, very convinced that there's only one way to fight this, and that's to keep raising rates. So the yield curve has been flattening. So a surprise would be if he got dovish, and that would probably steepen out the yield curve.
Right, RJ and Sarah, stick with us here because we want to get a quick check on the markets and see how the major averages are responding. We just had the NASDAQ briefly in negative territory. You can see it right around the flat line now. Jared Blicker is standing by for a closer look. Jared?
That's right. And let's check out some of the charts on the Wi-Fi Interactive, where we can see a little bit of fireworks here. Usually, as we've been discussing, those are kind of saved for the Powell presser. Very much an as-expected report, a couple of twists and turns, but nothing major. You can see just a tiny little spike up. That's the Dow on the news, holding gains of about 161 points. S&P 500, slightly less here, up about 1/3%. And the NASDAQ just barely trying to climb into the green, as you were noting, Shauna. And let's take a look at the bond market here. This is going to be 10-year Treasury note futures, so they move in opposite direction of the yields. You can see got a little bit of a spike up here, but pretty muted reaction overall. So let's go over some of the other markets. We did see a little bit of a surge in WTI crude. Energy stocks, by the way, holding up nicely, getting a little bit of a bump off this. Gold getting a little punch to the upside as well. It's been depressed over the last few weeks. And copper, not really a whole lot of movement there. I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't check out Bitcoin as well. A little bit of a bump there. Has been positively correlated with equities as of late. Now, let's check out the sector action. As I said, energy posting on some earlier gains. It's up nearly 2% right there at session highs, followed by utilities and staples. So that's an interesting defensive setup. But materials doing well, as it looks like inflation concerns are abating, at least in terms of what the Fed is going to react. So are we at peak hawkishness right now with respect to the Fed? I think that's what the markets are asking themselves, and it's really going to take the Powell presser for the market to make up its mind. Finally, here's the NASDAQ 100, kind of a mixed board. We got Amazon, that's down 2%, Apple up 1%, chip stocks doing nicely, AMD up 3%, guys.
All right, thank you for that breakdown. Yahoo Finance's own Jared Blakely there. Well, we're going to get more insight now from someone who knows all too well about the inside workings of the Federal Reserve. Our next guest, Andrew Levin, former Federal Reserve Board Special Advisor and Dartmouth College economics professor. Thank you for joining us. So now we do have the basic here. We know that we're going to see this 0.5 percentage point interest rate hike. This is something that you said in your notes that you were expecting. But as we anticipate perhaps further rate hikes, some people are even saying 75 basis points. Is that something we can expect then, given the late start that the Fed had to this?
Well, it really helps to start with the big picture here. So inflation's running at 8%. Consumers actually, according to the New York Fed survey, are expecting inflation over the next 12 months to be around 8 to 9%. So they're not seeing any relief in sight. The latest wage data that we got from the quarterly survey of employment compensation for private workers is up around 6.5% at an annual rate. So that means workers are trying to get cost of living increases just to catch up to the inflation. And that wage price dynamic is ongoing. What economists think about is the difference between interest rate and inflation. And right now, that difference is very, very negative. Think about it, like a positive 8% inflation rate. And now the Fed's just starting to raise interest rates up to positive 1%. That's a huge gap. Where we think the neutral level of monetary policy is when they raise the interest rate up to be roughly consistent with inflation. So in that perspective, the Fed has a long way to go. So probably 50s, maybe some 75s. We could see a 1% rate hike this year. If inflation keeps running at 8 or 9%, or even heading up toward 10, I think the bond markets are going to realize the Fed has a long way to go.
Well, so Andrew, going off of that, because we've heard some criticism directed at the Fed. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, was the latest one, or one of the latest people to really say that the Fed should have simply raised rates sooner. In your view, do you think the Fed is behind the curve?
Yes, they're behind the curve, but there's no point in criticizing the past at this stage. Okay, the question is how to move forward. And I think I was personally disappointed today that the changes in the actual statement that they issued at 2 o'clock weren't very clear. Okay, what we need to hear from Chair Powell in a few minutes is a strategy. Now, he could say clearly that their strategy is to bring the level of interest rates up to be roughly in line with the level of inflation. Okay, and if we're lucky, inflation could come down from 8% to 5% by the end of this year, maybe even below 5%, but that would probably be good luck. All the factors the Fed itself said today that the supply chain disruptions are probably getting worse. We know about Russia and Ukraine, that's probably making things worse in terms of commodity prices and energy, okay? We know that workers are trying to catch up with cost of living increases. We know that rent prices are skyrocketing. All these things are putting upward pressure on inflation. So the Fed needs a strategy. The strategy should start with saying we're going to move to neutral, and neutral means an interest rate that's roughly similar to the level of inflation, and they're going to move as quickly as they need to get to neutral roughly by the end of this year or early next year.
You threw out the word luck, and the word luck is often tossed about in order to avoid a recession. And Janet Yellen today said the Fed will need to be skillful and also lucky, but I believe it's a combination that is possible. That's not exactly Reagan-esque optimism about our economy. What do you make of that statement, and do you think we can avoid a recession?
I don't think there's any need for the Federal Reserve to create a recession, or even to create a risk of a recession at this point. Okay, of course a recession could happen due to some other terrible factors. Okay, but moving to neutral is not a contractionary stance. It's not a restrictive stance of monetary policy. That's a stance that would just help stabilize inflation, keep it from going up any further. Okay, so right now monetary policy is still adding fuel to the inflationary inferno. It's still adding fuel. Okay, the point about bringing the interest rate up to be roughly consistent with inflation is that's the point at which they're no longer adding fuel to make the inferno worse. Then they're going to have to figure out how do they start bringing inflation back down. But that could be a more gradual process. The recession could happen if the Fed is lurching, if people are confused what the Fed's plans are, if workers are discussing with their employer about wage increases and no one really has an idea what the Fed's planning to do about all this, that could exacerbate the risk of recession. And on the other hand, if the Fed is really clear about its plans and its strategy, that will help reassure people and we can avoid a recession.
Well, hopefully, Mr. Powell follows your advice. Thank you, Andrew Levin, former Federal Reserve Board Special Advisor. Appreciate your insights here. Let's bring in Seema Shah, Chief Strategist, Principal Global Investors. Nice to see you, Seema. Your reaction to the news from the Fed.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's exactly what was expected. We needed the Fed to make a move, make an aggressive move, and I think they've delivered here. But keep in mind that the inflation risk since the last meeting 7 weeks ago, it's only increased. You've got inflation expectations moving higher. You've got inflation at 8.5%, wage growth up. So it's clear that this isn't going to be enough. And I think all eyes now during the press conference is going to be any kind of guidance that Powell is able to provide about what to expect over the coming meetings. Are we going to see another 50 basis point move? Is it going to be even 75 basis points? So that's going to be the key point going forward.
Seema, you mentioned wages. Obviously, you have workers seeing higher wages to then try and pay for some of these higher prices. Then you have companies trying to then pay them more, which is then perhaps seeing some of these costs get passed back onto the consumers. How do we get out of this cycle? What is your outlook in terms of what we see with wages and prices?
Right, and the wage price spiral, that has to be the Fed's greatest fear, because once that takes off, it's very, very difficult to contain. I don't think we're there yet, and I think we have got some hopeful signs in the future that this shouldn't become even greater problem. And the reason is that although we've seen excess savings rise for most workers, for most households, actually for the lower wage households, their excess savings have really been cut down by time and inflation over the last 2 years. That actually they are now under pressure to return to work. So we are expecting labour participation to increase over the coming months. And that should mean that the wage pressure should be a little bit more subdued over the coming weeks. But that is the key point going forward.
Seema, you mentioned just a few moments ago that what the Fed is doing today, the raising rates by 50 basis points, that's not going to be enough. They might have to hike further here, make bigger hikes, I guess, up to 75 basis points. What else do you think the Fed needs to do in order to get the economy back on track?
It's going to be very difficult. So the 50 basis point move today, potentially another 2 or 3 of that size going forward. And then, of course, rate hikes at every single meeting for the next couple of months going into next year as well. Is that going to be enough? They've got a very, very difficult job ahead of them. And from my perspective, the only remedy to such high inflation is unfortunately going to be recession.
If the Fed chair indicates a looming 75-point hike, how would the markets react?
The market is not going to react well to that. The equity market, I think, would be very concerned about the fact that Powell is moving in that direction. But then at the same time, the better thing is for the Fed to try and over-deliver now so that we don't get the risk of inflation really persisting and then having to slam on the brakes and push rates even higher. But certainly the near-term market reaction would clearly be a negative one.
And obviously we've seen Powell and the Fed really focusing on what we're seeing with employment and really getting inflation down with less of an eye on the equity market. So what then actually poses a bigger risk then, being too aggressive or not aggressive enough?
Well, I think we're talking about the long game here. If they're not aggressive enough, then they run the risk of permitting inflation to keep festering. We'd be looking at, at the moment we're expecting inflation to come down to only around 5% by the end of this year. And that's keeping in mind that we are expecting back-to-back hikes through this year. If they don't deliver, then you expect inflation to actually settle at a considerably higher level than 5%. And at that point, then come 2023, then you're looking at even more aggressive tightening. So actually it's better for the Fed to get on with it now, to slam on the brakes today, but they don't need to do even more next year.
So when you take a look at the market reaction today, we haven't really been seeing big swings. The Dow, S&P, both holding on to gains, I guess slightly lower than where we were at the start of the hour. When we started up at the top at 2 o'clock, we had the S&P and Dow both up just around 0.5%. The NASDAQ, though, is now negative. The big question is how much of this has already been priced in? Did nothing here today surprise the market?
No, I think this was absolutely priced in. It was a 100% chance from the market perspective that there would be a 50 basis point hike. A 75 basis point move would have shocked, and a 25 basis point definitely would have shocked. So I don't think there's anything here. It's really about watching the press conference, and I think that's where you could see some equity market reaction depending on what Powell's comments are.
All right, Seema Shah, always great to have you, Chief Strategist with Principal Global Investors. Thanks so much for taking the time. We want to bring back in our panel from the top of the hour. We have RJ Gallo, a Federated Hermes Senior Portfolio Manager, and Sarah House, Wells Fargo Senior Economist, as we wait for Fed Chair Jay Powell to be.
All right, so Jay Powell about to go live here in 5 minutes. You're hearing what kind of getting a little bit with some these financial advisors, what they take on it, and they're giving you the actual, real definitions word for word there, so you can interpret it how you want. But I mean, I guess it's gonna boil down to his tone, how he's speaking about the statement. So we're gonna see here. We expected a lot of volatility. You see the market mixed up, confused right now. It's red and green. The Nasdaq red, S&P 500 green, Dow green. It's mixed up that quick. It just scattered the whole board. So a lot of volatility. We expected that. We got Powell live in about 4 minutes, so we're gonna see what he's gonna say. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Money, power, respect, man. That's all you really need for all that other shit. I got Mikey with me for sure. It's a walk down world. Better keep you a pole, better keep your mouth closed. And don't trust your soul. Niggas ain't double lock, in the end they gon' fold. I was at the trap, got kicked out my home. What you need, what you want. Remember late night, I was hitting them lips, it was me and just MJ's ripped through his bones. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's what I'm on. Whip out the stick, we not finna run. Every day was a motherfucking struggle. I was on my grind, stuck to my hustle. Got off my ass, got to my muscle. Fuck your blick, I got the ups too, yeah, I'm a fucking bitch, I don't trust you. Niggas start snitching, got too much to lose. People did ride, they don't fuck with you. I thought lit. She gon' suck the crew, ain't no one man above the crew. Up in the trap, what you need, what you want. I got what you want, you. Money, power, respect, that's the code I stuck to. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. Swear to God, yeah, nigga, it's fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. Swear to God, little nigga, it's fuck you, bitch. Damn, it's a walk down world. Better keep you a pole, better keep my clothes. And don't trust your soul. Niggas ain't double lock, in the end they gon' fold. Remember late nights, walk down with the stick, it was me and just go. 2 MJs ripped through his bone. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's what I'm on. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. That's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. I got Mikey with me for sure. Talking this bitch, nigga. Crucial 808.
Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making them songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick and the function. Roll up the crash, got me in the rush. Lose the Glock, little nigga, no touch. To get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down. I ain't do fronts then, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till his luck run down. I don't do dubs, I do apes to nuts now. Free word, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get glad, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She I'm up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was the pressure.
Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing, and we're moving expeditiously to bring it back down. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by a half percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target rate for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are beginning the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. After expanding at a robust 5.5% pace last year, overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter. Underlying momentum remains strong, however, as the decline largely reflected swings in inventories and net exports, two volatile categories whose movements last quarter likely carry little signal for future growth. Indeed, household spending and business fixed investment continued to expand briskly. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight. Over the first 3 months of the year, employment rose by nearly 1.7 million jobs. In March, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic and near 5-decade low of 3.6%. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has increased somewhat, labor supply remains subdued. Employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at the fastest pace in many years. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in March, total PCE prices rose 6.6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 5.2%. Aggregate demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. Disruptions to supply have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to further exacerbate supply chain disruptions as well. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous loss and hardship, and our thoughts and sympathies are with the people of Ukraine. Our job is to consider the implications for the U.S. economy, which remain highly uncertain. In addition to the effects on inflation, the invasion and related events are likely to restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, creating spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to restoring price stability. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a 0.5 percentage point and stated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. We also decided to begin the process of reducing the size of our balance sheet, which will play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. We are on a path to move our policy rate expeditiously to more normal levels, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in line with expectations. There is a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table at the next couple of meetings. We'll make our decisions meeting by meeting as we learn from incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. And we will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal. With regard to our balance sheet, we also issued our specific plans for reducing our securities holdings. Consistent with the principles we issued in January, we intend to significantly reduce the size of our balance sheet over time in a predictable manner by allowing the principal payments from our securities holdings to roll off the balance sheet, up to monthly cap amounts. For Treasury securities, the cap will be $30 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $60 billion per month. The decline in holdings of Treasury securities under this monthly cap will include Treasury coupon securities, and to the extent that coupon securities are less than the monthly cap, Treasury bills. For agency mortgage-backed securities, the cap will be $17.5 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $35 billion per month. At the current level of mortgage rates, the actual pace of agency MBS runoff would likely be less than this monthly cap amount. Our balance sheet decisions are guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals, and in that regard, we'll be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach in light of economic and financial developments. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Nick Chamaros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, the unemployment rate at 3.6% in March is now essentially at the level that the committee had expected would prevail over the next 3 years, and at the bottom end of FOMC participants' projections for the longer run rate that you submitted in the projections at the last meeting. How has your outlook for further declines in the unemployment rate changed since March? What does this imply for your inflation forecast? And how has your level of confidence changed with regard to the feasibility of slowing hiring without pushing the economy into recession? Thanks.
Thank you. So you're right. 3.6% unemployment is just about as low as it's been in 50 years. And I would say that I expect, and committee members generally expect, that we'll get some additional participation. So people will be coming back into the labor force. We've seen that, particularly among prime age people. And that will, of course, tend to hold the unemployment rate up a little bit. I would also expect, though, that job creation will slow. Job creation has been at more than 500,000 per month in recent months, very, very strong, particularly for this stage of the economy. And so we think with fiscal policy less supportive, with monetary policy less supportive, we think that job creation will slow as well. So it is certainly possible that the unemployment would go down further. But So I would expect those to be relatively limited because of the additional supply and also just the slowing in job creation. Implications for inflation, really the wages matter a fair amount for companies, particularly in the service sector. Wages are running high, the highest they've run in quite some time, and they are one good example of, or a good illustration, really, of how tight the labor market really is. The fact that wages are running at the highest level in many decades. And that's because of an imbalance between supply and demand in the labor market. So we think through our policies, through further healing in the labor market, higher rates, for example, of vacancy filling and things like that, and more people coming back in, we like to think that supply and demand will come back into balance and that therefore wage inflation will moderate to still high levels of wage increases, but ones that are more consistent with 2% inflation. That's our expectation. Your third question was?
Your level of confidence that you can slow hiring without pushing the economy into a downturn.
So I guess I would say it this way. There's a path. There's a path by which we would be able to have demand moderate in the labor market and therefore have vacancies come down without unemployment going up, because vacancies are at such an extraordinarily high level. They're 1.9 vacancies for every unemployed person, 11.5 million vacancies, 6 million unemployed people. So, and we haven't been in that place on the vacancy, sort of the vacancy unemployed curve, the Beveridge curve. We haven't been at that sort of level of a ratio in the modern era. So in principle, it seems as though by moderating demand, we could see vacancies come down, and as a result, and they could come down fairly significantly, and I think put supply and demand at least closer together than they are, and that would give us a chance to have get inflation down, get wages down, and then get inflation down without having to slow the economy and have a recession and have unemployment rise materially. So there's a path to that. Now, I would say I think we have a good chance to have a soft or softish landing or outcome, if you will, and I'll give you a couple of reasons for that. One is households and businesses are in very strong financial shape. You're looking at excess savings on balance sheets, excess in the sense that they're substantially larger than the prior trend. Businesses are in good financial shape. The labor market is, as I mentioned, very, very strong. And so it doesn't seem to be anywhere close to a downturn. Therefore, the economy is strong and is well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. So, but I'll say, I do expect that this will be very challenging. It's not going to be easy. And it may well depend, of course, on events that are not under our control. But our job is to use our tools to try to achieve that outcome, and that's what we're going to do.
Rate hikes or the possibility of them in coming meetings. Might there be something larger than 50? Is 75 or a percentage point possible? And perhaps you could walk us through your calibration. Why
enough to even motivate your base to turn out?
Why something bigger? Why something smaller? What is the reasoning for the level of the amount of tightening? Thank you.
Sure. So 75 basis point increase is not something the committee is actively considering. What we are doing is we raised 50 basis points today, and we've said that, again, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in ways that are consistent with our expectations, there's a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table for the next couple of meetings. So we're going to make those decisions at the meetings, of course, and we'll be paying close attention to the incoming data and the evolving outlook, as well as to financial conditions. And finally, of course, we will be communicating to the public about what our expectations will be as they evolve. So the test is really just, as I laid it out, economic and financial conditions evolving broadly in line with expectations. And, I think expectations are that we'll start to see inflation, flattening out and not necessarily declining yet, but we'll see more evidence. We've seen some evidence that core PCE inflation is is perhaps either reaching a peak or flattening out. We'll want to know more than just some evidence. We'll want to really feel like we're making some progress there. But I mean, we're going to make these decisions, and there'll be a lot more information. I just think we want to see that information as we get there. It's a very difficult environment to try to give forward guidance 60, 90 days in advance. There are just so many things that can happen in the economy and around the world. So, we're leaving ourselves room to look at the data and make a decision as we get there.
I'm sorry, but if inflation is lower 1 month and the unemployment rate higher, would that be something that we would calibrate towards a lower increase in the funds rate? Or
I don't think one month is not no 1 month's reading doesn't tell us much. We'd want to see evidence that inflation is moving in a direction that gives us more comfort. As I said, we've got 2 months now where core inflation is a little lower, but we're not looking at that as a reason to take some comfort. I think we need to really see that.
This is Frank.
5 basis point increases. It'll be a judgment call when these meetings arrive. But our expectation is, if we see what we expect to see, then we would have 50 basis point increases.
What could happen is that we need a global response.
Thank you, Colby Smith from the Financial Times. Given the expectation that inflation will remain well above the Fed's target at year end, what constitutes a neutral policy setting in terms of the Fed funds rate? And to what extent is it appropriate for policy to move beyond that level at some point this year?
So, neutral. When we talk about the neutral rate, we're really talking about the rate that neither pushes economic activity higher nor slows it down. So it's a concept, really. It's not something we can identify with any precision. So we estimate it within broad bands of uncertainty, and the current estimates on the committee are sort of 2 to 3%. And also, that's a longer run estimate. That's an estimate for an economy that's at full employment and 2% inflation. So really what we're doing is we're raising rates expeditiously to what we see as the broad range of plausible levels of neutral. But we know that there's not a bright line drawn on the road that tells us when we get there. So we're going to be looking at financial conditions, right? Our policy affects financial conditions, and financial conditions affect the economy. So we're going to be looking at the effect of our policy moves on financial conditions. Are they tightening appropriately? And then we're going to be looking at the effects on the economy. And we're going to be making a judgment about whether we've done enough to get us on a path to restore price stability. It's that. So if that path happens to evolve levels that are higher than estimates of neutral, then we will not hesitate to go to those levels. We won't. But again, there's a sort of false precision in the discussion that we as policymakers don't really feel. You're going to raise rates, and you're going to be kind of inquiring how that is affecting the economy through financial conditions. And of course, if higher rates are required, then we won't hesitate to deliver them.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Do you see evidence that inflationary psychology is changing, that in areas like workers' wage demands, businesses' willingness to raise prices? Do you see evidence that there is a psychological shift going on inflation? Thanks.
We don't really see strong evidence of that yet, but that does not in any way make us comfortable. I think if you look at short-term inflation expectations, inflation expectations have been reasonably stable, but have moved up but only to levels where they were in 2014 by some measures. So you can look at that, and I think that's a fair description of the picture. But it's really about the risks. We don't see a wage price spiral. We see that companies have the ability to raise prices, and they're doing that, but there have been price shocks. So I just think it takes you back to the basic point, was that we know we need to expeditiously move our policy rate up to ranges of more normal, neutral levels, and we need to look around and keep going. if we don't see that financial conditions have tightened adequately or that the economy is behaving in ways that suggest that we're not where we need to be. So you don't see those things yet, but I would say there's no basis for feeling comfortable about that. It's a risk that we simply can't run that risk. We can't allow a wage price spiral to happen, and we can't allow inflation expectations to become unanchored. It's just something that we can't allow to happen, and so we'll look at it that way.
Great. Thanks, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. You mentioned in the statement both the upside risks to inflation from Russia and China. Obviously, those are very much supply shocks rather than demand side. And I wonder what you meant to convey by adding them. I wonder what you meant to convey by adding those.
Well, so our tools don't really work on supply shocks. Our tools work on demand. And to the extent we can't affect really oil prices or other commodity prices or food prices and things like that. So we can't affect those. But there's a job to do on demand. And that you can see that in the labor market where demand is substantially in excess of supply of workers. And you can see it in the product markets as well. But I guess I'm just pointing out that a couple of things. For both the situation in Ukraine and the situation in China, they're likely to both add to headline inflation, and people are going to be suffering from that. You know, people almost suffer more from food and energy shocks but even though they don't actually tell us much about the future path. But the second thing is that they're both capable of preventing further progress in supply chains healing, and so or even making supply chains temporarily worse. So they're going to weigh on the process of global supply chain healing, which is going to affect broader inflation too. So they're two further negative shocks that have hit really in the last 60 days, 90 days.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. I want to follow up on that because you all have obviously highlighted that there are both supply and demand issues at play in inflation. And I'm just wondering, if these supply chain issues continue because of Russia, because of China, or just because these things take a while to work out, does getting back down to your 2% mandate require that these supply chain issues get resolved since you can only handle the demand side, as you said, or will you have to crimp demand maybe even further if the supply chain issues don't resolve themselves in order to try and get inflation back down to where you want it to be?
So, I'll just say for now, we're focused on doing the job we need to do on demand, and there's plenty to be done there. Again, if you look at it, it's essentially almost 2-to-1 job vacancies to unemployed people. There's a lot of excess demand. There are more than 5 million more employed plus job openings than there are the size of the labor force. So there's an imbalance there that we have to do our work on. It's a very difficult situation if you can't, you would look at core inflation, which wouldn't include the commodity price shocks, and that's one of the reasons we would tend to focus on that, because we can have more of an effect on that. But it would be a very difficult situation. I mean, we have to be sure that inflation expectations remain anchored, and that's part of our job too. So we'd be watching that carefully, and it puts any central bank in a very difficult situation.
Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks, and nice to be back. So two questions, one quick one. You cited the 1.9 to 1 figure so often now. I got to ask you, what would be a good figure there? What would you like to see that come down to think that you're at sort of a non-inflationary vacancy to unemployed rate? And secondly, on help from inflation, how much are you counting on wealth effects through stock market channels? Equity markets broadly down quite a bit since late fall, first of the year. How are you mapping that into household consumption? Have they come down enough? Do you need another leg down in equity values to think that households are going to stop spending at the rate you need them to stop spending?
Okay, so in terms of the vacancies to unemployment ratio, we don't have a goal in mind. There's no specific number that we're saying we got to get to that. It's really you've got to get to a place where the labor market appears to be more in balance. And that depends not only on the level of those things, it depends on how well the matching function in the labor markets are working. Because the longer these expansions go on, you can get very efficient with all of that, and the beverage curve shifts out, and that also tends to help. So there isn't a specific number. I will say we were at, I think when we got to 1-to-1 in the late teens, we thought that was a pretty good number. But again, we're not shooting for any particular number. What we'd like to see is progress, but we're not really looking at that. That's an intermediate variable. We're looking at wages, and we're looking at ultimately inflation. So there are a bunch of channels through which policy works. You can think of it as interest-sensitive spending. And then you can think of another big one as asset values broadly. And, there are big models with a lot of different channels that are related to that. We don't focus on any one market, the equity market or the housing market, or we focus on financial conditions broadly. So we wouldn't be targeting any one market, as you suggest, for going up or down, or taking a view on whether it's at a good level or a bad level. We just would be looking at very broad measures of financial conditions, all the different financial conditions indexes, for example, which include equity, but they also include debt and many other things, credit spreads, things like that too.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel here from the Washington Post. To follow up from your message from the very beginning, what is your message to the American people about when they will start to feel the effects of, say, the 50 basis point rate hikes or multiple hikes? How do you explain to them what that does to their grocery bill or their rent or their gas bill? Thank you.
So, for the first thing to say is that we understand, and some of us are old enough to have lived through high inflation, and many aren't, but it's very unpleasant. It's just something people don't, when they experience it for the first time. You're paying more for the same thing. If you're a normal economic person, then you're probably don't have that much extra, to spend, and it's immediately hitting your spending on groceries, on gasoline, on energy, and things like that. So we understand the pain involved. So how do you get out of that? And it's our job to make sure that inflation of that unpleasant high nature doesn't get entrenched in the economy. That's what we're here for. One of the main things we're here for. Perhaps the most fundamental thing we're here for. And the way we do that is we try to get supply and demand back in sync with each other, back in balance, so that the economy is under less stress and inflation will go down. Now, the process of getting there involves higher rates. So higher mortgage rates, higher borrowing rates, and things like that. So it's not going to be pleasant either. But in the end, everyone is better off. Everyone, particularly people on fixed incomes and at the lower part of the income distribution, are better off with stable prices. And so we need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can. We think we have a good chance to do it without significant increase in unemployment or really sharp slowdown. But ultimately, we think about the medium and longer term, and everyone will be better off if we can get this job done. The sooner, the better.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with the Fox Business Network. So you've talked in the past about consumer spending and how that's drives the economy. Are you concerned with this high level of inflation that the consumer will stop spending, pushing us into, and what's the level of your concern, pushing us into a recession?
So the economy is doing fairly well. We expect growth to be solid this year, and we see household spending and business investment as fairly strong, even in the first quarter, which was relatively slow on some other fronts. So, and the labor market. If you look at the labor market, for people who are out of work and looking, there are lots of job opportunities. For wages are moving up at rates that haven't been seen in quite a long time. So it's a good time to be a worker looking to either change jobs or get a wage increase in your current job. So it's a strong economy, and nothing about it suggests that it's close to or vulnerable to a recession. Now, of course, given events around the world and fading fiscal policy effects and higher rates, you could see some slower economic activity. Certainly, it will not be. Last year was an extraordinarily strong growth year as we recovered from the pandemic. As I mentioned, growth over 5%. But most forecasters have growth this year at a solid pace, above 2%.
But we've talked with economists who have advised Democrats and Republican presidents, who both said that that the Fed is so far behind the curve on inflation that a recession is inevitable.
So, and as I said, I think we have a good chance to restore price stability without a recession, without a severe downturn, and without materially higher unemployment. And I mentioned the reasons for that. So I see a strong economy now. I see a very strong labor market, for example. Businesses can't find the people to hire. They can't find them. So typically in a recession, you would have unemployment. Now you have surplus demand. So there should be room, in principle, to reduce that surplus demand without putting people out of work. The issue will come that we don't have precision surgical tools. We have essentially interest rates, the balance sheet, and forward guidance, and they're famously blunt tools. They're not capable of surgical precision. So I would agree. No one thinks this will be easy. No one thinks it's straightforward, but there's certainly a plausible path to this, and I do think we've got a good chance to do that. And our job is not to rate the chances. It is to try to achieve it. So that's what we're doing. There are a range of opinions, though, and that's only appropriate.
Thanks, Steve Dorsey, CBS. You mentioned earlier just now fading fiscal policy. Do you feel that the Fed has been supported enough from policies at the White House and in Congress in combating inflation?
It's really the Fed that has responsibility for price stability, and we take whatever arrives at the Fed in terms of fiscal activity. We take it as a given, and we don't evaluate it. We don't. It's not our job, really. We don't have an oversight function there, and we look at it as our job given all the factors that are happening, to try to sustain maximum employment and price stability. So, if the Congress or the administration has ways to help with inflation, I would encourage that, but I'm not going to get into making recommendations or anything like that. It's really not our role. We need to stay in our lane and do our job. When we get inflation back under control, then maybe I can, give other people advice. Right now, we need to focus on doing our job, and I'll stick to that. Stick in our lane.
Steve Matthews with Bloomberg News. A number of your colleagues have said that rates will need to go above neutral into a restrictive territory to bring down inflation. One, do you agree with that? And two, you recently spoke in great praise of Paul Volcker, who had the courage to bring inflation down with recessions in the 1980s. And while it's certainly not your desire, and soft landing is the big hope of everyone, would this FOMC have the courage to endure recessions to bring inflation down if that were the only way necessary?
So I think it's certainly possible that we'll need to move policy to levels that we see as restrictive as opposed to just neutral. We can't know that today. That decision's not in front of us today. If we do conclude that we need to do that, then we won't hesitate to do it. I'll say again, there's no bright line, that you're stepping over. You're really looking at what our policy stance is and what the market is forecasting for it. You're looking at financial conditions and how that's affecting the economy and making a judgment. We won't be arguing about whose model of the neutral rate is better than the other one. It's much more about a practical application of our policy tools. And we're absolutely prepared to do that. Wouldn't hesitate if that's what is taken. So I am, of course, who isn't an admirer of Paul Volcker? I shouldn't be singled out in this respect, but I knew him just a little bit and have tremendous admiration for him. And I would phrase it this way: he had the courage to do what he thought was the right thing. That's what it was. It wasn't a particular thing. It was that he always did what he thought was the right thing. If you read his last autobiography, that really comes through. So that's the test. It isn't will we do one particular thing. I would say We do see, though, we see restoring price stability as absolutely essential for the country in coming years. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anybody, really. And so it's really essential, particularly for the labor market. If you think about it, if you look at the last cycle, we had a very, very longest expansion cycle in our recorded history. And in the last 2-3 years, you had the benefits of this tight labor market going to people in the lower quartiles, and it was, racial wealth and income, not wealth, but income gaps were coming down, wage gaps. So it's a really great thing. We'd all love to get back to that place, but to get back to anything like that place, you need price stability. So we've been hit by historically large inflationary shocks since the pandemic. This isn't anything like regular business. This is, we have a pandemic, we have the highest unemployment, since the Depression. Then we have this outsized response from fiscal policy and monetary policy. Then we have inflation. Then we have a war in Ukraine, which is cutting the commodity, patch in half. And now we have these shutdowns in China. So it's been a series of inflationary shocks that are really different from anything people have seen in 40 years. So we have to look through that and look at the economy that's coming out the other side. And we need to somehow find price stability out of this. And it's obviously going to be very challenging, I think, because you do have, numerous supply shocks, which are famously difficult to deal with. So I guess that's how I think about it.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber and Associated Press. Earlier, you just said that if necessary, I think were the words that you would, or if it turned out to be necessary, or you said it's possible that we'll need to move policy to restrictive levels. Given where inflation is and the hot economy is, or certainly the hot labor market as you described it, why still the hesitation? I mean, shouldn't it be, what else do you need to see in order to determine that? Wouldn't the Fed naturally be looking to go to a restrictive level at this point? Thank you.
So if I said necessary, I meant to say appropriate. We're not going to be erecting a high barrier for this. It's more if we think it's appropriate. The point is we're a very long way from neutral now. We're moving there expeditiously, and we'll continue to do so. And we can't make that decision really today. The decision about how high to go will be on the table to be made when we reach neutral. And I expect we'll get there expeditiously, as I mentioned. So it's not that we don't want to making that decision today wouldn't really mean anything. But I'll say again, if we do believe that it's appropriate to go to those levels, we won't hesitate.
Mike McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The balance sheet, why did you decide to wait until June 1st to begin letting securities roll off and not immediately start in the middle of this month, say? And do you have a newer or a better estimate for the monetary policy impact of letting the balance sheet decline? And then finally, I'm just curious why you felt the need to address the American people at the top of your remarks. Are you concerned about Fed credibility with the American people?
So why June 1? It was just pick a date, and that happened to be the date that we picked. It was nothing magic about it. It's not going to have any macroeconomic significance over time. We just picked that. Sometimes we publish these calendars on the first day of the month, and that's what we're doing. I wouldn't read anything into it. In terms of the effect, I would just stress how uncertain the effect is of shrinking the balance sheet. We run these models, and everyone does in this field, and make estimates of what will be how do you measure, a certain quantum of balance sheet shrinkage compared to quantitative easing. And, these are very uncertain. I really can't be any clearer. There won't be any clearer. People estimate that broadly on the path we're on, and this will be taken probably too seriously, but sort of 1/4%, one rate increase over the course of a year at this pace. But I would just say with very wide uncertainty bands, very wide. We don't really know. There are other estimates that are much smaller than that, by the way, and some of you may have read about that. That's kind of a mainstream estimate. We know that it is part of returning to more normal, more neutral financial conditions. And our strategy is to set up a plan and have it operate, and really have the interest rate be the active tool of monetary policy. In terms of speaking to the American people, I feel like sometimes I want to remind us really that that's who we work for, and that it's inflation that people are feeling all over the country, and it's very important that they know that we know how painful it is, and that we are working hard on fixing it. I thought it was quite important to do that, and so that was really the thinking behind that.
Do you think the Fed has a credibility problem?
No, I don't. And a good example of why would be that, so in the fourth quarter of last year, as we started talking about tapering sooner and then raising rates this year, you saw financial markets reacting, very appropriately, not to bless any particular day's measure, but the way financial markets, the forward rate curve has tightened in response to our guidance and our actions, really amplifies our policy. I mean, it's monetary policy is working through expectations now to a very large extent. We've only done 2 rate increases, but if you look at financial conditions, the 2-year is at 280 now. In September, I think it was at 20 basis points. And that's all through the economy. People are feeling those higher rates already. And that shows that the markets think that our forward guidance is credible. And I think that's, we want to keep it that way.
Scott Horsley, did you have your hand up? Okay. Brian, tell.
Hi there, Brian Chung with Yahoo Finance. To expand on Steve's question about Paul Volcker, there was also a great pain that came with that as well. Higher interest rates obviously affecting households and businesses, and wondering how you kind of square what might be demand destruction. Are you already seeing that? Is the idea here to incentivize a lack of spending, to decrease consumption, to perhaps table business investments? Is that essentially what's happening through this hiking cycle? Thanks.
Well, so as I mentioned, you can see places where their demand is substantially in excess of supply, and what you're seeing as a result of that is prices going up and at unsustainable levels that are not consistent with 2% inflation. And so what our tools do is that as we raise interest rates, demand moderates and it moves down. Interest rates, businesses will invest a little bit less, consumers will spend a little bit less. That's how it works. But ultimately, getting supply and demand back in balance is what gives us 2% inflation, which is what gives the economy a footing where people can lead successful economic lives and not worry about inflation. I mean, so yes, there may be some pain associated with getting back to that, but the big pain is in not dealing over time, is in not dealing with inflation and allowing it to become entrenched.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could take a step back and talk about, in March, the dot plot had, looked like steady quarter-point rate hikes, get the funds rate up to 2% at the end of the year. Now, it seems like you're much more aggressive. So could you talk about the thinking that's behind that? Thank you.
So, look, I think what you've seen is really, I would say last fall, in the middle of last fall, there was a time when our policy stance was still pretty much in sync with what the data were saying. If you remember, there were a couple of weak jobs reports, and inflation had actually come, month by month inflation had come down till September, a few months in a row, stayed low. And then around the end of October, we got 3 or 4 really strong readings that just said, no, this is a much stronger economy. And by the way, then with the restatement of the jobs numbers, it looked like the job market was much more even and stronger in the second half of the year, but that hadn't happened yet. Anyway, we got an ECI reading employment compensation index reading the Friday before the November meeting. Then we got a really strong jobs report. Then we got a really high CPI report. And so I think it became clear to the committee that we needed to adjust and adapt. And we have. Ever since then, really ever since then, we've been adapting. The committee moved by the time of the December meeting to a meeting of 3 rate increases, then to a meeting of 7 rate increases at the March meeting. And that process is going on. And it's clearly continuing. And that's why I say, and I actually mentioned this at the March meeting, that no one should look at any single SEP as sort of a real resting place for 90 days, because we're in a fast evolving situation. And that's what's happened. You can see unanimous vote today, of course. And I told you the guidance that broad support on the committee to have 50 basis point hikes on the table at the next couple of meetings. So you're right. And by the way, other forecasters have been doing the same thing. And it's just us adapting to the data and to the situation and using our tools to deal with it.
Thanks. We'll go to Nancy for the last question.
Hi, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Chair Powell, I want to ask how you're able to balance your dual mandate, stable prices and maximum employment, especially when the unemployment rate for Black workers is still roughly twice the rate for white workers.
So unemployment rates for all racial groups have come down a lot and are now much closer to where they were before the pandemic hit. So that's one thing I would say, and that's important. But the bigger point is this: I do not at this time see the two sides of the mandate as in tension. I don't, because you can see that the labor market is out of balance. You can see that there's a labor shortage. There aren't enough people to fill these job openings, and companies can't hire, and wages are moving up at levels that would not over time be consistent with 2% inflation over time. And of course, everyone loves to see wages go up, and it's a great thing, but you want them to go up at a sustainable level, because these wages are to some extent being eaten up by inflation. So what that really means is, to get the kind of labor market we really want to get, we really want to have a labor market that serves all Americans, especially the people in the lower income part of the distribution, especially them. To do that, you've got to have price stability. And we've got to get back to price stability so that we can have a labor market where people's wages aren't being eaten up by inflation, and where we can have a long expansion too. That's the good thing, is you can have, we've had several of the longest expansions in U.S. history have been in the last 40 years, and that's because it's been a time of low inflation. And long expansions are good for people and good for the labor market. So that's the way I think about it. I think we, our tools work. We have to think in the medium and longer term, and I do think that the best thing for everyone is for us to get back to price stability to support really a sustained period of strong labor market conditions. Thanks very much.
Woo! Market is super bullish right now. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Now I think we're in the digestion phase, you guys. And this has to digest. Wow. It just turned super bullish, you guys. Bears are slipping here, you guys. We're going right back up towards, looks like we want to head back to a bull market. We're at resistance right now. It's going to take a lot. We still got more briefings going on. Looks like the Pentagon is live here. We're going to tune in. Oh, man, this is crazy. Jen is going live shortly. Market is moving here. I don't know, though, you guys. I don't know. Like I said, digestion phase. It has to digest. Is this right now? We know this is the Feds making this pop right here. This is the Fed boosting the market with liquidity right now. Are investors buying this? That's the whole thing right now. That's the key. Pay attention to detail right now. This could be the top, or this is the start of the bull market coming back.
I just wonder if the national conversation is yet at a point where the military, the Defense Department, feels it will be allowed to maintain a socially diverse force. And especially the question right now, because no secret to anybody, the Supreme Court conversation for women on reproductive rights.
Yeah. I would just say a couple of things. I mean, one, we have never assumed, ever, that we are somehow immune to what's going on in the rest of America, whether that's a social issue, a medical issue, a legal issue, or an economic issue. We're an all-volunteer force and have been since the mid-'70s, which means we have to go out and recruit that talent. We've got to convince you that service in the United States military is in your interest as well as ours. Sometimes we're successful and sometimes not. And individuals obviously have a right to make that decision for themselves. And we know that. And look, I mean, a macro example of this is the economy right now. I mean, there are plenty of jobs out there. And so our recruiters have been under some strain because COVID didn't give them the contact that they needed with potential recruits, the way we're used to going after talent. And then with the economy and the jobs situation being so good out there, then we're competing with that. And so we're absolutely not immune to it. All I can say in the aggregate is that as we make a case to a young person about joining, male or female, and it doesn't matter what service what service you're talking about. I mean, we try to make clear to them that yes, service in the military can endure hardship. It can be dangerous. It is dangerous, but that there is also great opportunity in terms of education and learning skills, building leadership ability, and the sense of pride that comes with serving in the military. And when you sign that dotted line, that we commit back to you to make good on those promises as best we can, and that your health, your physical well-being, your mental health. We were just talking about suicides a little bit ago, and this is Mental Health Month. That your health, your total health, matters to us, and that when you come in, we're going to care for that. And so again,
Just talk to Sasha, yeah, sorry.
Asking your view. There's a risk to readiness if you cannot maintain the appeal of military service to women. Are you concerned it could get to that point?
Again, I want to separate this from the current debate now with respect to abortion rights. But the short answer to your question is, of course, yes. Of course, we cannot be an effective military without the brave women who serve inside the military and who serve in the civilian ranks. Think about the ways in which they contribute literally to operational readiness every day and are commanding at the highest levels, including 2 combatant commanders. It's important for the military to represent all of America. Not just because it's important representationally, it's important operationally. And I've seen it myself at sea on ships. And why on earth would we not try to attract the best talent in America, regardless of background, as long as they're qualified and meet the requirements to come in? And there's lots of them, education and physical as well. But we would be to your question, we would be literally cutting into our readiness if we weren't talking with men and women about their concerns about joining, and what anxiety or worries they might have, and how we could allay those or address those. And then to continue to do that and to have those conversations as one progresses through one's career, so that all those opportunities remain available to you. Yeah, go ahead.
So just to follow up and raise it just a notch, the military has a great history of women on the tech side and science side making extraordinary contributions. And the White House is signing a national security memorandum today about quantum and women in science and technology. This is one of the areas where they are also leading, making leading contributions. So I'm just asking whether you might be concerned about the kind of workforce and being able to attract the workforce that can do the work that's needed in the science and the quantum area.
Again, I think yes, of course we're concerned about that. We want a wide range of skills here in the military. Thank goodness there wasn't in 1986 a strong emphasis on quantum intelligence, or I never would have gotten in. I mean, we don't, yes, STEM matters, and you saw in the budget we just submitted the highest ever amount of investment money we're asking for from Congress for research and development in science and technology. It's absolutely critical. You can't call China a pacing challenge and Russia an acute threat and then not try to invest in capabilities that allow you to get at dealing with those challenges and those threats. So it's absolutely vital to us. And we recognize that knowledge and scientific acumen doesn't just reside in one gender or the other. So of course we're concerned about that. And that's why, back to my answer to Barbara, we're going to be diverse in who we try to bring in. We bring in the best talent that we can, and then keep that talent. But we also need people who don't specialize in STEM, because there's a lot of skills in the military that require a different set of intellectual capacities and capabilities. Again, thank goodness for me, or I wouldn't have been able to join the United States Navy. That you have to be broad in how you're looking at who you're bringing in, and the broader the better, quite frankly. Yes.
On the and Liz with Fox News.
You're not Mike Stone from Reuters, are you? No. Okay.
On the most recent North Korea ballistic test launch, is the timing of it concerning to you, considering President Biden is going to be in South Korea later this month and Japan later this month? And is there anything different in particular with this test launch?
Well, we're still analyzing this launch. We're certainly aware of a ballistic missile launch yesterday, and we're consulting closely, as you might expect, with Japan and with our South Korean allies, as well as other partners in the region. So I don't have anything more on this launch. As for timing, I don't think we can say specifically that it's time for anything in particular. There's never a good time, quite frankly, for the DPRK to conduct these kinds of tests, and that's the larger point. So we'll consult with allies and partners in the region, and we'll continue to assess what happened here. We continue to call on the North to stop these provocative tests and to be willing to sit down, as we have offered we would be willing to do without precondition, and discuss a diplomatic way forward here to denuclearize the North.
They've more than doubled the number of test launches since last year. Is the U.S., twice as concerned? How concerned is the U.S. compared to last year?
We're still very deeply concerned about these tests and the provocative nature of their continuing ballistic missile program, and that is why, again, we have. And not just the United States, but the international community has condemned these provocations. They are violations of UN Security Council resolutions. That's why we have called for the North to sit down, again, without precondition, and have a discussion. And it's also why we continue to focus on the readiness of our alliance in Japan, and meeting today with the Minister of Defense, and our alliance with our South Korean allies as well there on the peninsula. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the Secretary's meeting with Japanese Defense Minister Kishi. The Japanese government is revising its own national defense strategy. So what input did the Secretary give to the Japanese counterpart to enhance the U.S.-Japan defense?
Now you can do is just reset and basically yourself.
cooperation and to make sure Japanese strategy is closely aligned with the U.S. national defense.
They did have a
strategy.
discussion today about our national defense strategy and the Japanese national security strategy, and I think the secretary came away from the meeting feeling that that they were very much aligned, and that is not a surprise because of our close alliance with Japan and the close, deep collaboration and cooperation we have military to military. So that I think there was a very good discussion about that, and the secretary doesn't have any concerns.
The Mr. Kishi said on top of the meeting that they will discuss the extended deterrence to the Northeast Asia. So could you tell us more about what they discussed in greater detail? And does the secretary think there should be some additional steps to keep the extended deterrence robust and credible?
Yeah, I'm not going to get more detailed than what we've already read out. They certainly talked about the importance of integrated deterrence in the region. This is something the secretary has talked about since almost the day he took office. And integrated deterrence isn't just about integrating our joint capabilities. It's about integrating allies and partners' capabilities in conjunction with ours to deter potential adversarial action. And that certainly applies when you're talking about the facing challenge that China represents. It certainly was discussed today with Minister Kishi, but I'd let the Japanese speak to specific extended deterrence issues with respect to their home islands. Again, the issue of deterrence and China's continued bellicosity and aggressive and coercive moves was absolutely discussed, but I won't go any more detail than that. Okay? Yeah.
Liz from Fox kind of asked my question, but.
Okay, then we'll go to the next one.
One more. The minister today said that North Korea has become a greater and more imminent threat. And I'm wondering if the Pentagon agrees with that sentiment, that it's greater and more imminent, and also if there's anything that you could flush out, and I know you're going to tell me to ask the Japanese about this, but I'm asking if there's anything that you could flesh out about why particularly the recent test, or even this test just yesterday by North Korea, may make North Korea a more imminent threat.
I think with each test, Court, they learn, even if it's a failure. And again, we're still assessing this one, so I'm not going to get into the details of it. But with each test, they learn. With each test, they try to improve, and sometimes they actually do. So when we talk about greater, I think that's what we're all talking about. And we would agree that the threat from North Korea continues to increase because they continue to test, because they continue to learn, because they continue to adapt their program. It would be foolish not to assess that the threat they're posing is actually increasing over time. Yeah. The back there.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm Coach from Kyoto News Japanese Media. I want to ask about the Japan. The Liberal Democratic Party of Japan has recommended the Japanese government to possess counterattack capability. In light of China's military rise, how
in light of Chinese military rise.
Right.
Oh, right.
All right, I see. Sorry. How the Pentagon evaluate about this discussion?
I think go ahead. You have another one?
No. How do you think the U.S.-Japan defense cooperation change if Japan possess counterattack capability?
Yeah, I think I'm going to avoid wading into Japanese politics domestically. So I'm just simply not going to speak to that. I would just say a couple of things. Again, the alliance with Japan is rock solid and gets better every year. And this is something that we're very dedicated to. I mean, the first trip the secretary took overseas was to Tokyo and to Seoul. And he was very glad to meet with the defense minister here today. We're always looking at ways to improve our collective defensive capabilities, and certainly with an eye on what China's doing in the region. No question about that. And again, I'd point you back to our budget submission, which the secretary just testified to yesterday, and the kinds of capabilities that are in there. Designed to help us with the pacing challenge of China, and that was what the discussion was about. Well, part of the discussion was about today with Minister Kishi about how we continue to pursue this vision of integrated deterrence, again with an eye towards China. But as for internal Japanese politics and proposals to the government in Tokyo, I think I'd let the government in Tokyo speak to that. I think I hope you can understand that, Tony.
I have one health question and a couple Russian questions. Has anybody who attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner from the Pentagon tested positive?
Not to my knowledge.
Good. Okay. Russia, the May Day victory parade that Putin wants to put on. What signs is the Pentagon watching for in terms of any mega assaults between now and May 9th to solidify a victory parade? I mean, massed armor formations, more massed aircraft, artillery bombardments, anything that would portend?
Yeah, Tony, we're not watching what's going on in Ukraine, nor are we talking to the Ukrainians and trying to help them with an eye towards what May 9th is going to look like. Look, I don't know. We don't know if he's going to throw a parade or a party. We don't know. You know, we've heard rumors of him. You know, he's going to declare war. Now they're denying that, and we are not focused on what Russia is going to do on May 9th or what they're going to say or proclaim or celebrate. What we are focused on every day, including this day, is to make sure that we are helping Ukraine defend itself by getting them the weapons and the material they need as quickly as possible. And it's in lockstep with what they tell us they need. And if we don't have it, we're working with other countries that do have it that can help get it there. And in some cases, we're actually helping with that transport. So that's what the focus is on. I can't and won't speak to potential future operations in Ukraine. I wouldn't do that even if, you know, we were talking about U.S. operations, and we're not. We're talking about a war in which we are not fighting. All I can tell you is that the Russians have not made the kind of progress in the Donbass and in the south that we believe they wanted to make. We do believe they're behind schedule. We do believe it's been slow. And at every turn, they have met a stiff Ukrainian resistance. What we're focused on is making sure that that resistance remains as stiff as possible. We're not focused on his parade plans.
You said also that their precision is less than advertised. Fairly surprising given the amounts of money they spend on precision-guided weaponry. What do you attribute that to? Is it Ukraine's air defenses that keep their ISR capability down, or what?
I mean, it's hard to know specifically. Again, when it's not a missile that you're launching, it's hard to know what was the actual intended target, and how, and therefore, if you don't know the actual intended target, it's hard to know by how much they missed. But we have indications that they have not been precise. I mean, actually, it's more than indications. You can see it for yourself in the imagery. I mean, they have not been precise. They've not been discriminate, and there's probably any number of reasons for that. It could be technical issues. It certainly could be Ukrainian defenses, or it could just be incompetence on the part of operators. I mean, there's likely for any miss. There's likely a lot of reasons for that.
So these are precision guided. These are weapons that are designed to be precision guided that aren't working as intended versus dumb bombs.
That is correct.
Thanks.
Yeah. No, Abraham, I already got you. Let me get somebody on the phone. Paul Shinkman, U.S. News.
Hi, John. Staying on Russia for a minute, what do you assess would happen if Putin were to be incapacitated for any reason, particularly amid these reports that now he's giving direct orders for the military operation in Ukraine? Does Russia appear to have a clear chain of command to succeed him or at least maintain operations in Ukraine?
I don't want to speculate about their chain of command and how that would work. If for some, I mean, I just don't think that's a healthy speculation for us to get into. Mr. Putin is the leader of his country. He's certainly the leader of his armed forces, and how they execute orders down that chain of command is not perfectly visible to us in every way. Nor is it perfectly visible to us how information bubbles up from below the ranks up to him. So I think I just am going to not speculate on that. Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has confirmed that the draft opinion on Roe is accurate, is authentic. So it's not a question of if, but when Roe is overturned. When that happens, Will the Defense Department make sure that female service members and military dependents can still have surgeries for ectopic pregnancies and they will not be prosecuted by state authorities if they have miscarriages?
I beg to differ. I think it's been stated that a draft opinion is just that, draft. And it's not our place here at the Department of Defense to speak to opinions by the Supreme Court that have not been rendered. So I'm just not going to entertain that. Karun DeMargin.
Hi, John. So I have a question that is about Ukraine. Earlier today, a senior defense official was kind of talking about the advances that Russia is making and how they've been stymied and not gotten much progress outside of Mariupol, getting to Velika Novosilka, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and from Izium to Lyman. I was wondering, though, if you could kind of, from your take, explain, are these advances something that aren't considered to be, terribly significant by the Pentagon because there's some form of like deceleration? Because if you look at them on the map, it seems like the distance that's been covered by the Russian forces moving is like more than half of the way to Sloviansk or more than half of the way to Kramatorsk, for these cities that the Pentagon has defined as potential targets of the Russian advance. So is there something else going on there that makes these not, particularly, not alarming advances, I suppose, as it seemed like the defense official was saying? Or is that something that actually is putting Russians like in closer striking distance than maybe before? Is there a pacing thing or something going on that's qualifying kind of the inches on the map that seem to put that fairly, seem to make it seem like they're more significant advances?
Let me try it this way. Again, we believe their progress in the Donbass and even in the South has been uneven, and it has been slower than we believe they anticipated being. We think, in general, and I'd rather not get into specific lines of advance or towns and cities here from the podium, but we think in general there's several reasons for this, and it varies from place to place. But in general, they still have, we don't believe they have solved their logistics and sustainment issues. And that because they haven't solved them, they are more wary about getting too far out ahead of their supply lines. And so that has kept them at a fairly slow pace in terms of movement. Number two, and actually, this is not insignificant at all, is the Ukrainian resistance. This is an area that they have been fighting now over for 8 years, and the Ukrainians, it's their home. They know it, and they know where to be, and they know what to show up with, and they have absolutely impeded Russian progress in terms of their ability to take certain towns and villages, or even in the case when they have, they pull back and the Ukrainians retake it. So the Ukrainians are very much a part of the reason why they haven't progressed in a very even or even at pace manner. The weather is also having an effect. This is the muddy season in Ukraine. This is a part of Ukraine that is flat, a lot of farmland. It's been described to me a little bit like Kansas, and so if you think about that, and this time of year in the spring, there's just a lot of rain and mud, and that also has served to slow the Russians down a little bit. And then lastly, they still haven't overcome the leadership and unit cohesion challenges that they had early on. I mean, we still have anecdotal evidence. It's anecdotal. I understand that. It's not uniform, but anecdotal evidence of morale and cohesion problems inside many units, and leadership challenges, poor command and control that they haven't solved. So we do see that they are trying and have tried to overcome some of those challenges, but it is not at all clear that they have. And so there's a whole wealth of reasons why the progress is as it is right now. They have a lot of firepower left to them, a lot of forces left to continue this fight. and that is why, and we've said all along that this could end up being a prolonged battle in the Donbass, and that's why we're focused. My answer to Tony, we're focused right now, every day, including this day, on making sure that we can give the Ukrainians the tools and the weapons that they need, as well as the training that may be required with some of those tools to succeed. Okay, Laura Seligman.
Hey, John, thanks for doing this. I just wanted to take one more stab at the abortion question. Is if this ultimately is the decision of the court, I know DOD is a planning organization, is DOD making plans to offer some kind of workaround for service members that might make it easier? Since, as you know, the service women have even more obstacles to getting the medical care that they need than civilian women do.
Laura, I look, this draft opinion just broke in the media, 24, 36 hours ago. And I think the relevant authorities have spoken to it, and it is a draft opinion. It is we're focused on our requirements for the health and well-being of our people, all of our people right now, and we're just not going to get ahead of where this goes with the Supreme Court. I just don't think that would be prudent for us to do. Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any weakening of the Russian blockade around the ports, Mariupol and Odessa?
We still assess that in the maritime domain, there's there are still blockades. They are still restricting the ability of Ukraine to trade economically. That they are still able to do that. Yeah.
John spoke a bit about how there's a continued flow of defense assistance to Ukraine. It has not been lessened or inhibited. In fact, it's very strong in some of the terms that you said earlier. Can you give us a little bit, without revealing any operational security, can you give us some context as to how Russia could be striking last week 5 railroad stations, and now hitting critical infrastructure that provides the electricity for that, and yet there's no disruption? Can you give us are they not hitting roads either?
I would just, again, Abraham, what we said from the very beginning is we're not going to talk about the ways in which material is getting inside Ukraine, and that there are lots of ways to do that, and that that those ways change over time as they must. So there's redundancy built into the process, and we're mindful of the potential threat that could exist in terms of getting stuff in. So we're also mindful of changing how we're doing that so that it can continue to flow, and it continues to flow.
Is it constantly changing, or are you mindful?
It's constantly changing. Okay, thanks everybody.
All right. Thanks everybody. Hello. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, the market has went bullish on us. But if you notice, we're really stuck at these levels that we were about 5 days or a month ago. Let's look at money out here now on the spot. Yeah, a little over here almost. Touching that resistance at about April 26th. April 28th right now. That's where we're at right now. So can't break above that. We do see a top here. Do notice that, but you break above that, they're gonna retest about 440, 437, 447. The spot's coming, guys. So just keep that in mind. That's it. The direction is in. It's up to you to decide now. What do you think? It's up to you. Nobody else can get paid for you. Only you can get paid for you. What do you think? If you're on the wrong side right now, don't panic. You might end up being on the right side. Just relax. Just relax and let it digest. It has to digest. Bulls got the momentum so far. Market is super green here, almost about 3% up here. See if Jen is live yet. No, Jen's not live. She is live. Jen is live. She just started about 10 minutes ago. Let's tune in to Jen.
To help to date where we've seen restrictions, which
Right, red too.
a tiny bit of a roadmap, even though it would obviously be much more expanded beyond this, is created, for example, the Dire Need Grant Awards, which provide funding to expand access to emergency contraception, family planning services. We just announced $6.6 million in awards made to 8 grantees across the country and around the country. We also have, I would note, the Department of Justice and the Attorney General's statements in response to Texas SB 8, which again is an example of what we've seen in terms of the impact to date, and their commitment to continuing to defend the law to protect the safety of patients seeking access to reproductive health services. HHS has also announced a 3-pronged department-wide response to protect patients and providers. So again, what we're looking at is how to ensure we're expanding access, how to ensure we are taking a look at the enormous impact on a specific portion of the population, and this is in a cross-government effort beyond just the Gender Policy Council.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead. I was just going to ask, would that manifest itself in executive orders, or what specifically might the framework for that kind of action be?
We're not there yet. Obviously, what we've done to date, Jeff, is taken steps through, obviously, the Department of Justice, which they can speak to, through grant programs and funding programs that we've been able to put in place to date to address even restrictions that are in states to date, which is not the same as the Supreme Court overturning, and we will build on that from here. What was the breaking news?
And we just learned that the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, has tested positive for COVID via a PCR test. If you could walk us through what more you know about that. We've received a statement from the State Department, but most notably, the most recent time he was face-to-face with the president and the circumstances.
He has not seen the president in several days, and he is not considered a close contact. I would remind you all, that's a strange phrase, I know, but close contact as defined by the CDC is being within 10 feet for 15 minutes. That is not 6 feet, 6 feet for 15 minutes. He has not been and has not seen him in several days.
So for clarity, because we're learning about a lot of cases right now, it's not the first time Washington's seen these ricochet. It's been going on for several weeks. Has the president been identified as a close contact to anybody who has just tested positive for COVID?
If he had, we would have announced that publicly to all of you. And we have clearly made decisions when it has been cabinet members, or even when it's been people who play a public role with all of you. We have made announcements out of an abundance of transparency.
So for transparency purposes, we know he has tested negative recently. When was the most recent negative test?
He tested negative yesterday. The president.
And then finally, in terms of preventive medications right now, can you say declaratively, is the president taking any pre-exposure preventive medications to deal with COVID?
He is not. The preventative medication that has been approved by the FDA is Evusheld, which is given to people who are immunocompromised, and he is not immunocompromised.
Also not taking Bebtelovimab or something?
I'm not aware of any medication he is taking.
Jen?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Several days since Blinken last saw the president, do you know what day exactly that was?
I'm sure we can get you the exact day.
And to follow on Jeff's questions, when it comes to the options that the president has said he's directed his team to prepare, should we not expect to see those options until this ruling comes down from the Supreme Court?
That's correct. That's what I would expect.
Do you not think it would be too late to unveil the options then, given it seems imminent that this is the direction that the Supreme Court is headed in?
Well, again, we don't have a final conclusion. The Supreme Court themselves made clear this is not the final opinion. So we are already working a great deal behind the scenes, and we will have more to say if and when there is a final. There will be at some point, but when there's a final opinion.
And a question about something Senator Manchin said today. He said he believes inflation will be the #1 driving factor in the midterms, not abortion, not this potential ruling from the Supreme Court. Does the White House see it that way?
I mean, all we can judge it based on is what we've seen in public polls. That remains the data to date, right? But obviously the news of yesterday just came out yesterday.
And today the president was sharply critical of the MAGA crowd and the MAGA agenda. Is that what we should expect to be his message going into the midterms?
Well, I think for those of you who have been covering him for some time, you've heard him say, and maybe back more to the campaign trail, less as president, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And I would expect you will hear him with that mantra, much more out there over the next coming months. He has been struck clearly because he has talked about this, as you mentioned, Caitlin, this morning, and he also has made comments over the last several days about the direction of some in the Republican Party, the MAGA direction of some in the Republican Party, and he's been struck by the hold his predecessor seems to have on far too many members, not all, but far too many members of the party. And what we're seeing, the latest antics, make clear that they are at war with Mickey Mouse. They're against allowing women to make choices about their own health care, against lowering the cost of prescription drugs. And if that remains their platform, the president's view is that is out of whack with the mainstream of the country. Now, at the same time, he's always believed that in working with Republicans in good faith and finding ways to do that. And he will continue to do that. But he is going to also call out, and you will see him call out more, places where he feels there are extreme policies and extreme comments and extreme positions that are unfortunately overtaking far too much of the party.
And you just said his predecessor. Today he seemed to purposefully say my predecessor. He did not say Trump. He said MAGA instead of Trump. Is that deliberate?
Well, as far as I know, he's not on the ballot. A number of his of Republicans who have seem to be under the whim of his predecessor are, so that's who he's going to focus his efforts on.
Quick question about interest rates with the Fed's action today. As interest rates go up, the cost of carrying the national debt also increases. Interest payments go up.
Yeah.
Are there any concern about possible complications with the president keeping his deficit reduction pledge? The cost of paying interest on the national debt is going to go up as interest rates go up.
I have not heard that concern expressed by our economic team. We are proud of the announcement made this morning, hence the president spoke to it, and taking additional steps to reduce the deficit remain his commitment. So I have not heard that concern from them.
Another question. Axios is reporting that in his meeting with Mark and Deborah Tice earlier this week, the president pledged to directly engage with Syria to try to secure Austin's release. Is that true?
Well, I would note that our hostage negotiator, our Roger Carstens, that is the type of work that he does and will continue to do. Go ahead.
Thanks. Jen, why did you guys say anything about the leaked draft memo at the Supreme Court?
How do you mean?
Well, in the past, you have declined to comment on leaked materials, so why now?
Well, Peter, I think as you would note and was reported, the Supreme Court confirmed this document was accurate, even if it is not the final opinion.
The president had a statement out before they confirmed that it was real. So,
and in that statement, he made clear, we don't know if this is accurate. We don't know if this document is accurate or the leak is accurate.
And to follow up on a question earlier, does the president think the leaker should be punished?
Again, that's up for the Department of Justice and others to determine. What our focus is on is not getting our distracted or our eye off the ball of what is most important to people across the country here, which is not the leak and the story of the leak. It is the fact that women's health care is at risk for millions of people across this country.
The president said today, what happens if you have states change the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? What is he talking about?
Well, I think, Peter, we've seen extreme laws that target LGBTQ families, their kids across the country, and I think what he's saying is we don't know what they're capable of given what they've already done to date.
Which state is trying to segregate LGBTQ children in the classroom?
Well, I think we've seen laws that are incredibly discriminatory. That's what the president's referring to, and the fact that he doesn't know what additional steps could be taken by extreme wings of the party that would rather divide rather than work on issues that the American people actually are focused on and actually impacting them.
So another one about abortion. Why is the president talking about the judgment to choose to abort a child?
Well, the president's view on a woman's right to make choices about her own health care is well known, well documented, well stated.
He said abort a child.
I understand, Peter, but what I'm telling you is what his position is.
And how can you guys say this is not a political issue when the president's statement about this talked about getting pro-choice officials elected?
Did I say it's not a political issue?
Yes, you actually said some call it a political issue. It is not. Abort Air
Well,
Force One.
because the vast majority of the public believes that this should not be overturned, meaning I meant to say it's not a partisan issue, and I don't think it is. There are many Republican and independent women, men across the country who do not believe the Supreme Court should overturn a woman's right to make choices about her own health care. In fact, only 30% in recent polls thought they should. So that's what I'm referring to. Go ahead.
Jen, thanks. A couple on Thoreau opinion. Earlier this year, President Biden made a speech on voting rights. He said they were under attack. It was important to do that. Will he make an address to the nation on abortion access?
I don't have anything to predict about an address to the country. I can tell you that you've heard him speak about his views today and yesterday, and it's only been 2 days since we saw the leaked documents.
On the comments today and yesterday, when he was asked about abortion, the president really focused on privacy, LGBT children, married couples. Why isn't he speaking more directly about how this impacts women, poor women, women of color? How comfortable is he talking about this?
He has. He did yesterday, both in his written statement and when he addressed this publicly. His point, as he's continued to talk about this over 2 days, is also that
the market is closed, ladies and gentlemen.
This brings into question
We're going to tune into some earnings after the bell here.
Across this country.
And we're going to stick around for a little bit till this over with, till she get done talking.
Care.
And we're going to definitely see if the digesting phase, how the market really taking this tomorrow, you guys, is going to be very key.
Many years ago.
He's not used the word
made any plays going into tomorrow.
Yesterday.
Until yesterday. That's my question. Is he hadn't used the word abortion until yesterday. Why did he want to use it yesterday, and what should we take from that?
When he talks about his commitment to protecting a woman's right to choose women's health care, he's referring to protecting a woman's right to have an abortion. I think most people know that. Go ahead.
Jen, yesterday the president was giving a speech, and when he was talking about the CHIPS bill, he said that the Chinese Communist Party was lobbying folks to oppose the bill. I'm wondering what you guys saw to sort of add that. It was a new line in his speech, what you saw, and what some of the examples of them sort of interfering with our domestic legislative process.
I think what he's referring to is the fact that it's been well reported, maybe even by Bloomberg, I don't know, I'd have to check, that the Chinese Communist Party is opposed to this legislation. And that's what he's referring to. And, he believes, as you know, that it's absolutely critical for our national security for Congress to get this Bipartisan Innovation Act to his desk, in large part because it will help protect critical supply chains like semiconductors. It's going to strengthen our supply chains against global shocks. It's going to help compete the rest of the world, including China, for decades to come. So he was referring to their opposition.
Not a specific new sort of...
Right, their opposition to it, exactly.
There was an Axios report that had kind of two parts that I wanted to ask you about. First, that the trip to Israel was going to be added to the European trip in June, but also more substantively that they're considering, or you're considering, a regional leader summit as part of that visit. Can you confirm either of those?
We're not quite there yet. What I will say is that you know about the trip at the end of June because there are some predetermined kind of international fora that he will be a part of. And when he spoke with Prime Minister Bennett just a couple of weeks ago, he invited him to Israel. The president accepted and said he's looking forward to coming, but we haven't quite locked in the date yet. And so I don't have any further detail at this point.
And last question, but on summits as well. The Summit of the Americas is coming up.
Yeah.
Mexico and the president had a conversation a few days ago. The leader of Mexico has been pushing for countries with authoritarian governments, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, to participate in that summit. And I'm wondering if you guys have come to a determination about how you're going to handle their participation in the summit here.
I'm happy to check. I'm not sure a final determination has been made, or I will check if one has, and we can get you that information. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Building on some of the questions Catherine was asking, just in regards to keeping the focus on women's rights, health rights, protecting privacy, how much of the president's efforts moving forward will be on these issues? Does it shoot to the top of the agenda? So far, it's largely been in response to the leak. How much will be proactively taken now?
Well, I would dispute that only because we haven't talked about this a lot publicly. But I would note that remember that when these states have taken actions, we have also made clear that there was work that the Gender Policy Council, that the White House Counsel's Office, the Department of Health and Human Services, obviously the Department of Justice would be taking and would be underway. And we have been in touch with leadership about this issue and the threat to Roe in both chambers, as well as the Senate Judiciary Committee, Chair Durbin, the House Women's Caucus. yes, in the last 36 hours, but also many times in advance about that. And certainly the leaked document is going to intensify after our efforts, after the news that millions of Americans' healthcare is on the cusp of being thrown into turmoil. There's no question about that. But there's been work by the Gender Policy Council that's been ongoing for months. There's been work and engagement with leaders on the Hill about what can be done for months. And certainly it's going to be redoubled at this point, given the leaked document.
On that point of intensifying efforts, what will that look like? Are we talking Oval Office meetings? Will he travel on this issue? Those kind of things?
I don't have anything to predict in terms of his schedule at this point, but what I can tell you is that, as you've seen, this is an issue he has proactively talked about in the last 2 days, both of the 2 days since the document leaked. The vice president went and gave a rousing speech at Emily's List last night, but a lot of the most important work is going to happen behind the scenes, and that is going to be the work that is done across the government to determine and prepare for what steps can be taken should this final decision be made.
On Title 42, Mexico's foreign minister mentioned, I think the last day or two, that the Biden administration is expected to present a formal set of ideas to the government on how to contain the expected rise in migration. I assume, or can you share whether the White House is working with the DHS on those set of ideas, and is there anything you can share on what those are?
Well, I would say first that, as you know, Secretary Mayorkas testified and laid out 6 very specific pillars of effort and work that we would be pursuing. And some of that, of course, is directly with countries in terms of addressing root causes, addressing actions or attempts by smugglers to take advantage of this moment, and working with the Mexican government as part of that. And the president's conversation and call was put together in order to discuss preparations for the lifting of Title 42. As part of that, the tasking was for there to be follow-up from members of our national security team and Mexico. That's continuing, but I don't have any specifics to read out for you. That was just always intended to be the follow-up step. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to pivot to Ukraine. Secretary Austin recently said, and I want to get the quote right, we believe that we can win. They can win if they have the right equipment, the right support. How does the administration actually define winning in Ukraine, and does it mean that every last Russian troop is out?
Well, first I would say the way that President Putin defined winning a war that he started from the beginning was taking over Ukraine, enveloping Ukraine into Russia, taking away their territorial integrity and their sovereignty. Clearly, that has not been successful. You know, he expected and was planning to be marching through the streets of Kyiv victorious next Monday. Clearly, that is not what is going to happen. He wanted this to be a moment to divide NATO, to divide the West. Clearly, that is not what is happening. We've said we want Ukraine to win. We're going to do everything we can to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity and to strengthen the Ukrainians' hands on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. That's our role. And they are defending their homeland courageously and bravely from the continued attacks from the Russians. But they're going to define at the negotiating table, as we're strengthening our hand, what they consider success on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. And we're here to support their efforts.
I just want to follow up to make sure I'm clear. So if Ukraine is fine with Russia taking over the eastern part of the country, for example, is that what the U.S. would consider a win? Is that what
the Ukrainians are going to define what a successful outcome looks like for them? But what I think is important to note and not lose sight of is how the Russians have defined this, and they have already lost by their definition. They have not taken over Ukraine. President Putin is not going to be marching down the streets of Kyiv. They will not own the territorial integrity and sovereignty of this country. They have not divided NATO. So now at this point, yes, what we're trying to do is strengthen their hand in the negotiating table, both by supplying weapons on the battlefield, and supporting them with whatever needs they have. But it is for them to define through those negotiations.
Go ahead. 2 questions, abortion related. The president promised during the campaign to overturn the restrictions that the Trump administration put on the ACA's requirement that workplace insurance plans cover contraception.
Yeah.
And the agency said in August that they would initiate the rulemaking within 6 months, and that hasn't happened. Why hasn't it happened? Is it still going to happen?
It is still the president's intention. I'm happy to check on the status and why there has been any delay.
And then following up on Catherine's question on the president using the word abortion yesterday and today, just to be more specific about it, was that a conscious choice to use that word since he hadn't been using it much before? Did he specifically, now that the stakes are much higher, did he specifically start using the word abortion because of that?
No, he approved the statement, made comments of his own accord today, so I don't think there's more to analyze about it.
Go ahead. Hey, John. The president toured the MAGA, as you referred to. He called them an extremist group. And he also issued a statement on Ohio today, but he was talking about Shontel Brown and the Democratic primary. So my question is, what is his reaction to the Republican Senate primary, and does he view that as Trump gaining more control over the Senate and the process, potentially what happens 2 years from now?
I'm going to be very careful about getting into the midterms here. I don't make the rules. I just follow the rules from this podium. And I know the president, of course, as you noted, Jeff, spoke to, made comments himself this morning about the extreme direction the Republican Party is going in. Look, I would just say our focus continues to be on highlighting the fact that congressional Republicans want to raise taxes on half of Americans, squeezing the budgets of middle-class families. If you don't believe me, you can check out Senator Scott's website. I guess he's called for that, and we certainly agree. We hope you check out his website.
You touring the MAGA today?
I think I answered this a little bit earlier, but I'm happy to reiterate. You know, he has been struck by the hold his predecessor seems to have on far too many members of the party. And while he has always worked in good faith, will continue to work in good faith on addressing issues the American people have, whether it is bringing down costs, expanding access to health care, and there are areas where we feel we can have continued success. Who is opposed to addressing opioids or doing more to help veterans and address burn pits? But he's still going to call out where he sees extremist actions and extremist rhetoric, and I'm just not going to get into specific outcomes of the primaries from here.
On the abortion aspect, Elizabeth Warren said she was angry by that draft opinion. Was the president angered by the draft?
I think you heard anger in his voice yesterday, for sure. Go ahead.
John, yesterday you said the president was still reviewing the report from his presidential commission on the Supreme Court. That was issued several months ago. I guess I'm wondering why that review is taking so long, and is there any renewed urgency on that review given the draft that we've seen leaked from the court?
Well, I think it's important to remember that the report was never meant to be recommendations. In fact, it's not recommendations. It was an analysis done by 30 legal experts with a diversity of backgrounds and diversity of views about a range of issues, not just court expansion, but term limits and a range of issues. But it was never intended to have an outcome where he came out and said, I accept or decline recommendations. It was just a resource he was looking to have and one he appreciates and will continue to review.
Is there any renewed urgency, though, around weighing in on that report and what those experts, put together on the court since we've seen this draft come out, though?
In what aspect?
Seeing, there was a lot of discussion around term limits that was in that report. Anything about the issues that they studied specifically, and while it wasn't meant to be a recommendation, anything that the president has, claimed could be made changes to the court?
I don't have any different or new announcements or positions to announce today. His focus, and he believes all of our focus, needs to be on what we're doing to protect women's rights and women's access to health care, and that's where his efforts will be focused in the foreseeable future. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. This morning when the president was talking about the deficit, he said, my plan to continue reducing the deficit, and he rattled off a couple of agenda items, including prescription drug reform, tax incentives for green energy, changes to the tax code, some pieces of the old Build Back Better.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, what is the president's plan to getting that through the Senate, given the narrowing legislative window for this year?
To continue having conversations about it that we don't talk about publicly, and encouraging members to have conversations with each other to see if we can come to a point where we have 50 votes to support a package moving forward.
At this point, it doesn't seem like that's the case, given that Senator Manchin is off with trying to do a climate bill through a bipartisan working group, and Senator Sinema continues to oppose changes to the tax code. So
I think there's a lot happening behind the scenes in Congress that people are declining to talk about. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen. Thank you. 2 questions, please. The MAGA crowd, as you call them today, this was almost half the people who voted in 2020. Does the president ever feel maybe he could have done more early on to try and reach out to those people? And does the extreme rhetoric basically signal that there's no going back now, and they're sort of out of, beyond the pale for him, and yeah.
I think what the president will be judged by Americans by his actions and what he does to make their lives better. And the point he's making is that there are the platform of and the policies of far too many of these Republicans, these MAGA Republicans, as he refers to them, follow the whims of calling out Mickey Mouse and opposing policies that will help make the lives better of many, many Americans who may have voted for Trump, may have been independent, may be Democrats, including lowering the cost of prescription drugs, lowering the cost of elder care, doing more to expand access to health care. And his view is that a lot of these policy positions and the rhetoric is extreme, and that follows what we saw a pattern of by his predecessor. But he is going to continue to look for ways to work together with Republicans in good faith where there's opportunity, and he believes you can do both.
Thank you. Totally different question on sanctions. I know you said that he's going to be discussing that this week, and not much left of the week. Is Patriarch Kirill a possible target of sanctions? And more generally, if you don't want to comment on that, does the president ever talk about Patriarch Kirill? I mean, he's a religious man, and he's obviously keenly interested in other countries' religions. He's emerged as a pretty remarkable figure, and now he's been sanctioned by the EU. The Pope said don't be Putin's altar boy. Does the president ever talk about Patriarch Kirill?
I would say no one is safe from our sanctions. We're continuing to review options, but I don't have any to preview today. Go ahead.
To follow up on the sanctions, there seems to be a few holdouts within the EU, especially Hungary, for example, that are not so much on board with especially the oil ban. Is there any effort from the administration to sort of engage at any level on that topic to try to convince or give incentives to those holdouts to sort of get on board with the rest of the EU?
Well, I mean, our view, we of course broadly support Europe's efforts to deny Putin revenue to fund his war with the EU's new proposal, but it will be up to them to finalize. We've taken strong action to ban Russian energy, but we have also been very clear that we have always understood that Europe and many countries in Europe are in different circumstances. So we'll continue to work with a range of countries, and applaud efforts to deny Putin's revenue to fund his war, but I don't have any specific diplomatic engagement to read out here. It just wouldn't be constructive.
Go ahead. On abortion, if the draft decision were to be sustained, obviously it would overturn Roe. It would also overturn Casey. And as you know, at the core of Casey is the question of whether governments can require women to get parental consent or spousal notice, give spousal notice. Do you have a comment on that element of this?
I'm just not going to get ahead of a final opinion that has not yet been issued.
And then just on the Summit of the Americas, the Secretary of State recently spoke with Juan Guaido, expressed continued support for Guaido. Is he invited to the summit?
Let me see. I know there's a lot of interest in this and it's coming up soon. So let me see if we can get you all just kind of a broad summary to the group of where things stand on the invitations. Good question. Okay, go ahead. This is throwing me off, but go ahead.
I was double booked and he's already
Yes.
Shortly thereafter.
So, in other words, he didn't get the PCR test this afternoon because he was feeling symptoms. He got it just because
he reported symptoms this afternoon and thereafter received a PCR test.
So that's why he took the PCR.
Correct.
It wasn't something that was required since he had been tested negative.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Okay, and then so can you say approximately how many people have been notified that they are close contacts of the secretary? I mean, does it go back to Saturday night's dinner? Does it go to whatever events, parties that he went to on Sunday?
What I will say is that he is working closely with the department physician, his physician here at the department. They are working together to follow CDC guidance to reconstruct close contacts in the appropriate period, and those people either have been notified or are in the process of being notified.
Okay, well, can you just explain to me? I guess it's CDC guidance, but but also, and I've had personal experience with this as well with the State Department physicians, but can you say that the Swedish foreign minister is a close contact? I mean, we saw them standing next to each other, but I don't know if that qualifies for the 15 minutes and, you know.
I will. I don't want to divulge anyone's health information. What I will say is that he had a bilateral meeting with the Swedish foreign minister, and the press aspect of that was only one element of it. So suffice it to say that we are notifying everyone who is considered a close contact per that CDC guidance. Yes.
Yesterday, you were along with the secretary. Have you tested negative, and also an update on informing reporters and foreign press centers staffers?
If I believe you were there at the Foreign Press Center, the secretary was not within 6 feet of reporters. There are CDC guidelines regarding close contacts, as I was explaining to Matt. We are and have notified those individuals who would qualify as close contacts. I was tested just about an hour ago and tested negative.
A couple of questions on Ukraine.
I would hope you were, since you're a spokesman.
What I will say is that I was tested about an hour ago and tested negative. Yes.
On Ukraine, a couple of questions. Let me start with Hungary, which is pushing back against Russian oil ban. I know you're not involved in this, but the U.S. did not impose sanctions on Russian oil, but rather decided to go with its own purchase decision. Will Hungary's pushback first affect your relationship with Hungary? Secondly, will maybe cause the U.S. to reconsider its decision on Russian oil ban, moving towards the sanctions, which will make Hungary an enabler if they continue to do so?
When it comes to the proposed oil ban, it is something we welcome on the part of the EU. I would need to refer you to the European Union for any details. Obviously, this is a question that they continue to discuss within their own bloc, within their member states. There is, however, broad support among our allies and partners for cutting off what is undeniably the strength of President Putin's economy and his war machine, and that is energy. We are united as a NATO alliance. We are united with our European allies, including with the EU, on the imperative on cutting back and choking off this important source of revenue for the Russian Federation. We are in regular conversation with our partners and allies about the most effective way to decrease their dependence on Russian energy. The position the United States is in is different from the position that any member of the EU is in. It is different from the position that any other country around the world is in. The United States, as we've discussed, is in a fortunate position in that we were never reliant on Russian energy. And in fact, we have infrastructure and we have energy supplies in this country that has enabled us to do things earlier that other countries, that other blocs are considering now. And shortly after the start of the invasion on March 8th, President Biden signed an executive order that banned the import of key sources of Russian energy. Now, of course, the EU, there are certain countries in the EU who have a higher dependence on Russian energy. Our goal is to see to it that we do everything to choke off these strategic assets, to make it as painful for the Kremlin and to make it as painless for the United States and our partners and allies around the world. But these are conversations that are ongoing within the EU, so I wouldn't want to get ahead of those. Yes?
Of the EU unity, actually. Secretary Blinken and French Foreign Minister Le Drian last week, they had a call, and the readout says that they also discussed intensifying support for both North Macedonia and Albania on their EU accession paths. So can you tell me more in detail what exactly this intensified support means that was mentioned in the readout, and how this support is given? Do you have some back and forth diplomatic channels with Bulgaria? Did you contact the EU leaders to convince Bulgaria and even put pressure on it to lift its veto for these countries to finally start negotiation talks with the EU, North Macedonia and Albania?
Well, the United States has long been a strong supporter of North Macedonia and Albania's integration into the EU. We believe the future of the Western Balkans is squarely with the EU. The enlargement process promotes long-term peace, stability, prosperity throughout the region. And the EU's March 2020 decision to open accession negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania, we think was a positive step. These two countries have laid the groundwork, and the time we believe is now to move forward together to the next phase in the long and challenging accession process. The historic Prespa Agreement demonstrated that countries in the Western Balkans are capable of doing difficult things, making compromises, and finding solutions, and we're confident that Bulgaria and North Macedonia will do the same by negotiating their bilateral disputes. We do continue on a bilateral basis to urge both of them, Bulgaria and North Macedonia, to resolve those disputes quickly, but obviously we're not going to detail those conversations. Yes?
To go back to Iran, the families of some of the imprisoned Americans joined in a demonstration today outside the White House. Can you give us an update on the status of the indirect talks over the detainees? Are they still happening despite the holdup in the nuclear talks? And will the State Department help facilitate a meeting between the families and President Biden as they called for today?
So in terms of the Americans who were detained, wrongfully detained in Iran, we have made the point that we have no higher priority than the safe return of Americans who are wrongfully or unjustly detained anywhere, and that includes the 4 Americans who are detained in Iran. We've also made the point that even as there had been a process in Vienna to discuss nuclear issues, that we were not going to conflate these two areas of discussion. And we weren't going to do those for one simple reason. I think that simple reason has become even more evident given where we are now in terms of the talks regarding Iran's nuclear program. The JCPOA has always been an uncertain proposition. It is very uncertain now, the potential of a mutual return to compliance with it. We want to see to it that the return of these Americans is a certain proposition. So it does not do us, it certainly does not do these Americans or their families any good to tie their fates to something that may or may not happen. At the same time, we have conveyed in no uncertain terms to the Iranians the priority we attach to seeing the safe release of these Americans. It is something that our team here has worked on constantly. It's something that we worked on even before the formal.
Mais aussi, les confinements liés aggravent les problèmes de logistique. Ouais, je t'entends bien. Est-ce que toi tu me vois et tu m'entends? Est-ce qu'on se fait un test? Faisons-nous un test de délai. 5 4 3 2 1 0, OK? Puis je te tape.
Do you see the insight? Well, no. Do you?
Don't see the insights?
No.
Well, now you can. Introducing Papaya BI, turning your payroll data into actionable insights. Unleash your payroll potential. Papaya Global.
NORAX is rebuilding the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, that's it. So that's it, you guys. That's it for the day. We're gonna close it up here. That's a wrap. I do see some names moved after hours. We'll check and see if they hold tomorrow. Booking holdings went up about 6-8%, you guys. So about 185 after hours. They're up $134 now. So we'll see if that holds tomorrow. Looks like Etsy got clapped. They're down 10% now right now. I'm looking at Twilio, you guys. Twilio is only up 1%, so they did a lot. That's Ivy Crush over there. But yeah, man, what a day, man. What a turnaround Powell did. Wow. We'll see what happens tomorrow, you guys. We are really quite not still out of the woods, you guys. We're still in the bear market here. This is the top. So we haven't seen this level since April 28th, I think. And it sold off from here last time it touched this level. So we ain't seen 430 plus in a while. We ain't seen that since probably like March or the beginning of April. So keep that in mind. The market can still go either way from here. The digestion is going to continue to take place here. Give it about a couple more days. Give it about 3 to 5 days. You'll start to see the direction, you guys. Until then, we'll be back tomorrow. You guys enjoy your evening. We'll see y'all tomorrow. And this was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The market did close in the green, super bullish. But we'll see if it can hold and continue tomorrow, or will these gains get wiped out by the end of the week. We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow and Friday, but we'll see you guys tomorrow. Let cash accumulate over days. LCAOD.